Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Lucaris. The deep woods of Raich are a glorious, untamed chaos, and I am in my element. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and strange, exotic blossoms. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth is a promise of a new thrill. Korvac's warnings echo in my head, something about caution and staying close to the established paths. But Korvac has always been a worrier. He sees a cage in every shadow. I see a challenge. Come out, wherever you are, I sing-song under my breath, my amber eyes scanning the dense foliage. I'm tracking a razorback snapper, a foul-tempered beast with a shell like sharpened stone and a bite that can sever a man's arm. The local humans fear them, which, of course, makes the hunt all the more appealing. A good, clean kill would be a fine story to tell my brothers when we finally reunite. A reminder that even scattered and alone, we are still the deadliest predators in any forest. I leap over a fallen log, my movements a fluid dance of manticore grace, and laugh as a startled flock of razor birds takes flight, their shrieks a chorus of outrage. This is living. The rush of the hunt, the promise of danger. It's a wine more potent than any I've ever tasted. Then a new scent cuts through the familiar smells of the forest. It's sharp, unnatural, the acrid tang of old metal and the low, humming thrum of contained magic. Caution, the small part of my brain that sounds like Silas advises, would be to turn back, to mark the territory as claimed and find an easier kill. Caution is for old men and cowards, I mutter, a grin spreading over my face. Curiosity, sharp and bright, overrides any sense of self-preservation. This is new. This is interesting. What sort of creature uses magic and metal in these feral woods? I change course, my earlier quarry forgotten. Now I am the one being lured, drawn deeper into a part of the forest the maps mark as forbidden. The trees here are older, their branches gnarled and twisted, blotting out the sun. The air grows still, heavy with a waiting silence. Every instinct I possess screams at me to turn back. But the need to prove myself, to show my brothers that I am not just the reckless youngest, but a warrior worthy of their respect, pushes me forward. One more ridge, one more clearing. I need to see what lies ahead. The ground gives way without warning. It is not a natural collapse, but a silent, seamless vanishing of the earth beneath my feet. I have a single, heart-stopping moment of weightlessness, and then I am falling. I twist in midair, my body already beginning the shift, claws extending, wings flaring to catch the air. But there is no air to catch. A net, woven from threads of pure, shimmering silver, erupts from hidden channels in the earth, enveloping me in its magical embrace. The moment the enchanted threads touch my fur, they ignite with a searing, white-hot energy. It's like being wrapped in lightning. The pain is excruciating, a raw, burning agony that short-circuits my manticore form. My body convulses, the shift reversing itself against my will, bones grinding as I am forced back into the weaker, more vulnerable shape of a man. "Bastard!" I roar, thrashing against my bonds. But my struggles are useless. The net is a masterpiece of magical engineering. Every movement, every desperate pull, only causes the threads to constrict further, the silver burning deeper into my flesh. It's a snare designed not just to capture, but to inflict maximum pain and humiliation. The trap is brutally efficient. Ropes, thick and heavy, uncoil from the same hidden channels, attaching themselves to the net. I am dragged, helpless and still cursing, across the forest floor to the base of a massive, ancient oak tree. The bark of the tree is carved with glowing, intricate runes, and as I am hauled against it, a new wave of magic, cold and binding, washes over me. Heavy, rune-etched shackles materialize from the air, clamping shut around my wrists and ankles, pinning me to the tree with an unyielding finality. The silver net retracts, its work done, leaving me chained and exposed. I am a prize, a trophy, displayed for my captor. The hunt is over, and I am the prey. For a long time there is only the sound of my own ragged breathing, and the low, humming pulse of the runes that bind me. The magic is a living thing, a cold, relentless pressure against my skin that sears my wrists with every futile tug. My pride, already wounded by the sheer insulting perfection of the trap, burns hotter than the pain. To be caught like this, like some dumb, lumbering beast, it's a humiliation I can barely stomach. "Let me out of here, you coward!" I bellow into the silent forest. "Face me like a warrior!" Only the rustle of leaves answers me. My shouts are a waste of breath. This is no simple hunter. This is a master. The complexity of the snare, the power of the binding runes. This is the work of someone who has studied manticores, someone who knows our strengths, our weaknesses. The realization sends a chill through me that has little to do with the cool forest air. This hunter hasn't just caught a manticore. He has caught manticores before. My mind races, my initial rage giving way to a cold, calculating dread. Raich is known for its dark market, a place where rare and exotic creatures are sold to the highest bidder. A live manticore, a creature of legend from the hidden Isle of Osiris, would fetch a king's ransom. I picture myself paraded in a cage, sold to some depraved dark elf noble to be used as a plaything, a living trophy until he grew bored and had me killed for sport. No, I growl, pulling against the shackles with all my strength. The runes flare, the magic searing my skin, and I roar in a mixture of pain and frustration. The bonds hold. They are as unyielding as the ancient oak they are bound to. There is no escape. I am trapped, powerless, a beast waiting for the butcher. I finally feel a sliver of true, cold fear. The sound of footsteps, soft and deliberate, finally breaks the silence. They are light, too light for a seasoned hunter. I school my features, forcing the fear down, burying it beneath a thick layer of my usual arrogance. I will not give my captor the satisfaction of seeing my terror. I will face him with the pride of a Vastan, the defiance of a manticore. He will see a warrior, not a victim. But it is not a grizzled, scarred hunter who emerges from the shadows of the trees. It is a girl, or rather a young woman, not much older than a human fledgling. She is lean and wiry, dressed in the practical leathers of a hunter, and her long, dark chestnut hair is tied back in a rough, messy braid. She moves with a quiet, cautious grace, her eyes constantly scanning her surroundings. She stops a few feet away, her sharp, gray-green eyes taking me in. She's not looking at me like a prize, like a monster, or like merchandise. She's studying me like a puzzle she doesn't quite understand, her gaze analytical, intelligent. The silence stretches, and an unfamiliar tension builds between us. It's not the prelude to a fight, but something else. Something I don't recognize. Her gaze is unnerving, seeing past the snarling beast I am trying to project to the humiliated warrior beneath. I decide to break the silence first, to seize control of this strange, quiet confrontation. A slow, mocking grin spreads across my face. "Well now," I say, in a suggestive purr that is pure, calculated arrogance. What have we here? Did the big bad hunter send his pretty daughter to do his dirty work? Her expression doesn't change, but I see a flicker of something in those sharp, intelligent eyes. Annoyance? Intrigue? Whatever it is, our gazes lock. And in that moment, something electric, something dangerous and undeniable arcs between us. The hunter may have caught a manticore in his snare, but his daughter has just captured my complete and undivided attention.
Chapter 2. Sabine. The trip back to the cabin is a familiar one, the path through the dense Rache forest worn smooth by my own boots over years of use. Every root, every stone, is an old acquaintance. I move with a practiced silence, my senses on high alert, a habit ingrained in me since childhood. The forest is my home, but it is never truly safe. I report the successful capture to my father, who is hunched over a crackling fire outside our small, fortified cabin, meticulously skinning a suru. He grunts, not bothering to look up from his work, the firelight glinting off the keen edge of his blade. Good. The primary snare held? Yes, father. The silver net deployed perfectly. And the binding runes? Active and holding strong, I confirm, my voice a flat, practiced monotone. He finally looks at me, his sharp grey eyes so like my own, assessing me with a critical gaze. You checked the secondary tripwire, the one I told you to reset yesterday? I did. I lie, my heart giving a small, guilty flutter. I hadn't. I'd seen a drain with a newborn fawn near the wire, and had left it, unwilling to risk snaring the young. It was undisturbed. He nods, seemingly satisfied, and turns back to his work. His eyes, however, are gleaming with a familiar cold avarice. A live manticore, he muses, his voice a low hum of satisfaction. Lord Vexen at the Dark Market will pay a fortune for this one, a prime specimen young and unbroken. He speaks of the magnificent fiery creature I just left chained to a tree as if he were a bolt of cloth or a barrel of wine. Just another piece of merchandise to be bartered, another purse of gold to add to his coffers. The familiar bitter sickness churns in my stomach. I am my father's daughter, his apprentice, his heir. But God's help me, I am not like him. And every day that truth becomes a more dangerous burden to bear. Later, as the sun begins to dip below the canopy, casting long, grasping shadows through the forest, I return to the clearing. Go check the prisoner, my father had ordered, his tone dismissive. Make sure the bonds are holding. I don't want any surprises. Under the pretense of obeying his command, I approach the ancient oak. In the quiet of the forest, with only the chittering of insects to break the silence, he seems even more magnificent. Chained and bloodied, his wind-swept blonde hair matted with dirt, he is still a creature of breathtaking power. He radiates a wild, dangerous beauty that both terrifies and fascinates me. He is a storm, temporarily contained but no less potent. My gaze is drawn to the angry red welts the enchanted shackles have burned into the skin of his wrists. He has been fighting them, pulling against the magic until his own flesh has given way. A sharp, unwelcome pang of sympathy cuts through my practiced detachment. I know the sting of those runes. I have felt their cold, biting magic myself, a punishment for some long-forgotten childhood transgression. I maintain my distance, running a hand over the glowing runes carved into the oak's bark, pretending to check their integrity. It's a pointless gesture. My father's work is flawless. He is a master of his cruel craft. But all the while, my eyes are drawn back to the fierce, amber-eyed warrior who glares at me as if I am the one who forged his chains. Perhaps, in a way, I am. My silence, my obedience, my complicity, they are all links in the chains that bind him. The thought is a poisoned dart to my conscience. I'm a part of this cruelty, whether I wish to be or not. He breaks the silence, his voice a low, mocking purr that sends a shiver down my spine. Enjoying the view, little hound? The insult, so casual and accurate, hits its mark. I am my father's hound, sent to sniff around the cage. I'm checking the bonds, I say, my voice colder than I intend. Of course you are, he scoffs. A good little hunter's dog, following her master's orders. Does he give you a treat when you fetch the stick? My father is the greatest hunter in Rach, I snap back, a reflexive defence of the man I both fear and despise. You should be honoured to have been caught in one of his snares. He throws his head back and laughs, a surprisingly charming sound, full of a reckless, wild mirth that is utterly out of place in this grim clearing. Honoured? Oh, I am. It was a beautiful trap. He meets my gaze, his amber eyes glinting with a dangerous intelligence. But your father's skill isn't what caught me. My own arrogance did. And now you'll pay the price for it, I retort. So will you, he says, his voice suddenly serious. At least I know I'm in a cage. You're so used to yours, you've forgotten the bars are even there. His words are a blade, slipping past my defences and striking at the heart of my own trapped existence. My obedience, my duty, it is a prison, more effective than any magical shackle. The truth of it stings, a hot, shameful flush creeping up my neck. You know nothing about me, I hiss. I know you're not like him, he says, his gaze softening almost imperceptibly. I see it in your eyes. You hate this as much as I do. He gestures with his chin to the bloody welts on his wrists. And I see the wounded pride beneath all that arrogance of yours. It looks a lot like mine.
Chapter 3. Lucaris. She returns at dusk, moving through the trees with a silence that is almost unnerving for a human. I watch her approach, my senses on high alert, analyzing her every move. She carries a bucket of water and a bowl of some unidentifiable, lumpy stew, her expression a careful, neutral mask. But I am a hunter, too, and I'm an expert at reading prey. She's a walking contradiction. Her body language screams resentment, the tight line of her jaw, the way her shoulders are hunched as if expecting a blow, the flicker of distaste in her eyes when she glances back toward the path to her father's cabin. This is not the posture of a willing apprentice. This is the posture of a prisoner. "Dinner time, beast," she says, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. She places the food and water just outside the reach of my chains. A sensible precaution. How thoughtful, I purr, my voice laced with a mockery I don't feel. Does your father always treat his prizes to such lavish feasts? He says a healthy beast fetches a better price, she retorts, not missing a beat. But I see the tremor in her hands as she sets the bowl down. I see the way her gaze darts to the raw, bloody welts on my wrists, then quickly away, as if the sight of them pains her. She's not as cold as she pretends to be. Beneath the obedient daughter routine, there is a rebellion simmering. She is as caged as I am, just in a different sort of trap. Her chains are made of duty and fear, but they are chains nonetheless. This knowledge is a weapon, and I intend to use it. I ignore the food, my hunger for freedom far greater than any physical need. Tell me something, little hound, I say, my voice becoming a soft, dangerous caress. Do you enjoy your work? Watching creatures like me bleed for your father's profit? It's not about enjoyment, she says, her back stiffening. It's my duty. Duty, I scoff, the word tasting like ash. That's a convenient word for cowardice, isn't it? A pretty ribbon to tie around a leash. Her head snaps up, her gray-green eyes flickering with a gratifying spark of anger. I am not a coward. No? I challenge, leaning forward as far as my chains will allow. Then why do you let him treat you like a servant? I've heard the way he speaks to you. There's no love in his voice, no pride. Only the cold, calculating tone of a master speaking to his tool. You don't know anything about my father. I know a bully when I see one, I counter, pressing my advantage, and I know a victim who has forgotten she has a choice. Her face pales, the insult hitting its mark. I see the truth of my words reflected in her wounded expression, and a dark, cruel satisfaction twists in my gut. I will break down her walls, one painful truth at a time. Her composure, so carefully constructed, begins to crack. I can see it in the slight tremble of her lower lip, the way her hands clench into fists at her sides. She is a bowstring pulled taut to the breaking point. "You're a fool if you think you've seen all his traps," she says, her voice shaking. "This forest is his kingdom. There's no escape route you could find that he hasn't already anticipated." "Is that so?" I ask, a slow predatory grin lighting up my face. "And how would you know that? Have you been looking for them?" The color drains from her face. Her mask of indifference shatters, replaced by a look of pure, panicked guilt. "I have her." "You've imagined it, haven't you?" I press, my voice a soft, insidious whisper. "Running, fleeing into these woods and never looking back." I watch her eyes, see the flicker of a desperate, forbidden dream. "You've even imagined freeing me, letting the beast out of the cage to create a diversion, a chaos you could slip away in." "That's not true," she whispers, but her voice is a fragile, unconvincing thing. Her pallor, the way her gaze darts toward the darkest part of the woods, confirms it all. I'm not just a prisoner to her. I'm a possibility. An escape. "You're insane," she finally manages, her voice regaining a fraction of its earlier strength. "Completely and utterly mad." "Am I?" I laugh, the sound genuine this time. "Or am I the only one here who's telling the truth?" I lean against the bark of the oak, my chains clanking. "We're not so different, you and I, little hound. We're both young, reckless things, desperate to prove ourselves. You to your father, me to my brothers. We're both trapped in a role we didn't choose, playing a part in someone else's story." "This is not the same," she insists, but her words lack conviction. "Isn't it?" I ask, my voice softening, becoming almost gentle. "He has you on a leash of duty. He sells beasts in cages. What do you think he'll do when he decides to sell you? When he arranges your marriage to some brute for a handful of coin and a bit of influence? What will you do when your cage becomes smaller, the leash shorter?" The questions are a series of calculated, cruel blows. I see each one land, see the dawning horror in her eyes as she confronts the future her father has planned for her. Her carefully constructed walls crumble, and for a single breathtaking moment I see the raw, desperate longing beneath. She doesn't answer. She can't. With a choked, wounded sound, she turns and flees, her footsteps a frantic, panicked retreat into the gathering dusk. I watch her go, a grim satisfaction settling in my chest. The seeds are planted. Now I just have to wait for them to grow.
Chapter 4. Sabine. The smell of roasting suru fills our small cabin, a rich, savoury scent that normally makes my mouth water. Tonight, it turns my stomach. My father sits at the rough-hewn table, a detailed map of Rach's northern territories spread out before him. I tried to focus on my task, my back to the old iron chest where he kept his ledgers and coin. It had scraped the floor when I'd swept earlier, heavier than usual, meaning another client had paid. He was in a fine mood, a rare and dangerous thing. "The gathering at the dark market is in 3 days," he says, not looking up from the map. "And the shipment to the Eastern Syndicate is already late. Vexen will be displeased if we delay further." He taps a long, calloused finger on a point along the Shadowfen River. "We'll take the high pass. It's a longer route, but the patrols will be thinner there. No sense in sharing our prize with scavengers." I say nothing, my attention fixed on the whetstone in my hands, the rhythmic scrape of steel on stone a counterpoint to his casual cruelty. I am sharpening my skinning knife, a task I have performed 1,000 times, but my hands are unsteady tonight. My gaze drifted past the familiar gutting hooks to the corner of the room where the other tools lay, the ones I was forbidden to touch. Heavy iron collars etched with silencing runes, cruel-looking shackles with numbing charms, and through the window I could just see the shed, where a cage sat, far too large and reinforced for any razorback snapper. Lord Vexen has already sent a runner, my father continues, a note of smug satisfaction in his voice. He's heard rumours of my catch and is prepared to pay a premium. A young, healthy male manticore. Vexen will be very pleased. He chuckles, a low, ugly sound. He has a particular talent for training his acquisitions, breaks their spirits in a matter of weeks, turns them into obedient, broken pets. The blade slips. The keen edge of the knife bites into the fleshy part of my thumb, and I hiss in pain, a bright bead of red welling up on my skin. I quickly put the wounded thumb in my mouth, the coppery taste of my own blood a sharp, metallic shock. My father glances up, his eyes narrowed with annoyance at my clumsiness. "Pay attention to your work, girl," he scolds, his voice sharp. A dull blade is a sign of a dull mind. He turns his attention back to the map, already lost in his plans, in the gleam of the gold that awaits him. I stare at the fire, at the blood on my thumb, and I feel a cold, terrifying certainty take root in my heart. I cannot let this happen. I will not. His words, his casual description of breaking a creature's spirit, echo in my mind. I lie in my small cot, staring into the darkness, the sounds of the forest a restless symphony outside our cabin walls. My father's snores, a low, rumbling saw from the other side of the room, are a constant reminder of the monster I live with. The thought of Lucaris, of his fierce amber eyes and his unbroken arrogant pride, being handed over to this Lord Vexen. It's a violation I cannot bear to witness. He called me a coward, and he was right. I have been a coward my whole life, surviving by being silent, by being obedient. But something has shifted. His capture, his defiance, has held up a mirror to my own soul, and I do not like the reflection I see. With a resolve that feels both terrifying and liberating, I slip from my cot. My movements are silent, practiced. I take a skin of fresh water, a standard precaution my father has always taught me. Keep your prisoners hydrated. It preserves the quality of the merchandise. It is this practiced obedience that gives me the excuse I need. The moon is a silver sickle in the sky, casting a pale, ethereal light over the clearing. He is awake. I see the glint of his amber eyes in the darkness long before I reach the tree. He watches me approach, his expression wary, suspicious. "Can't sleep either, little hound?" he asks, voice a low, mocking whisper. I ignore the jibe, my heart hammering against my ribs. I slide the water skin across the ground until it is just within his reach. He looks from the skin to my face, a question in his eyes. This is not just duty. We both know it. This is something else, something dangerous. He doesn't drink. He just watches me, his gaze intense, analytical. "Why?" he asks, his voice losing its mocking edge. "Your father would skin you alive if he knew you were out here." "He told me to check the bonds." I lie, the words clumsy on my tongue. "And to make sure you were watered." Did he now? A slow, sceptical grin spreads across his face. "And does he also tell you to look at your prisoners as if they're something other than a walking pile of gold?" His perception is unnerving. He sees too much. "I don't know what you mean," I say weakly. "Don't you?" he presses, his voice a soft, insistent thing that unravels me. "Why bring me water in the middle of the night, at risk to yourself? Why do your hands shake when you look at my chains?" "Because—" I start, the truth, a raw, painful thing in my throat. "Because you are not merchandise. You are a person." The admission hangs between us, a fragile, forbidden thing. "And you don't deserve this." I can't finish. I can't bring myself to say the words, to give voice to the horrors that await him at the dark market. I don't deserve to have my spirit broken and be sold as a pet. He finishes for me, his voice quiet, yet carrying a devastating weight. He holds my gaze, and there is no mockery in his eyes now, only a raw, shared understanding. Then why are you going to let it happen, Sabin? The sound of my own name on his lips is a shock. I never told him my name. He must have heard my father say it. It makes this feel personal, real. I can't. I stammer, the words a confession of my own weakness. I'm a coward. No, he says, voice a fierce, low growl that makes the hair on my arms stand on end. You are not a coward. He pulls against his chains, the runes flaring with a painful light. A coward wouldn't be out here, risking a beating for a stranger. A coward wouldn't feel sick at the thought of cruelty. A coward accepts the cage. You are rattling the bars. His words are a strange, intoxicating comfort. He sees a strength in me that I have never seen in myself. He sees a flicker of the woman I have always been too afraid to be. But what can I do? I whisper. He is my father. This is the only life I have ever known. Cages can be opened from both sides, Sabin, he says, his eyes burning into mine with an intensity that feels like a brand. You just have to be brave enough to turn the key. His words, his challenge, his belief in me. It's a spark in the suffocating darkness of my life. I don't say another word. I can't. With a choked sob, I turn and flee back to the cabin, his voice echoing in my mind. The seeds of rebellion, so long dormant, have been watered. And for the very first time in my life, I feel them beginning to grow.
Chapter 5. Lucaris. The night stretches into an eternity of pain and frustration. I strain against the magical shackles, pulling with every ounce of my manticore strength until the runes flare, searing my flesh with white-hot agony. Blood, dark and sluggish, drips from my wrists, a testament to my futile struggle. The metallic tang of it fills the air, a constant reminder of my own failure. You arrogant fool! I hiss at myself, my head thudding back against the dry bark of the oak. I walked right into this. My recklessness, my desperate need to prove myself, led me straight into the most perfect trap I have ever seen, and now I will pay the price. A twig snaps in the distance, and my head snaps up, my senses on high alert. Is it him? Is the great hunter coming to inspect his prize? Or is it something else? The forest is full of things that hunt in the dark. Korvac, Silas. Anyone? I whisper into the darkness. The names of my brothers, a prayer I haven't spoken in months. Will they find me? Will they even know where to look? Or will I be sold and broken, a forgotten memory in a dark market cage, long before they ever reach Rach? The thought of my brothers finding my empty chains, or worse, never knowing what became of me, is a pain sharper than any magical burn. For the first time, my reckless pride is overshadowed by a cold, desperate fear. I do not want to die here. Not like this. Not alone. She comes in the morning, a ghost in the pre-dawn mist, moving with a silence that still unnerves me. She carries a small leather pouch and a water skin, her expression a careful, unreadable mask. Your father sends his regards, I say, my voice sounding like a low, sarcastic purr. And a hearty breakfast, I hope. He sends herbs for your wounds, she says, her voice flat, ignoring my jibe. She kneels just out of my reach and begins to mix a green, pungent paste in a small wooden bowl. He says a damaged beast is a worthless beast. How practical of him, I sneer, though the truth is, the burning in my wrists is becoming unbearable. I watch as she works, her movements efficient, practiced. And what about you, little hound? Is this part of your duty, too? Tending to the animals before they're led to the slaughter? Her hands still for a moment. Someone has to, she says, her voice quiet. Ah, so it's pity then, I say, latching on to the perceived weakness. The hunter's daughter has a soft heart. How touching. Does he know you cry for the surus before he skins them? Her head snaps up, her gray-green eyes blazing with a familiar fire. Pity is not a weakness, she retorts, her voice sharp with a sudden, passionate conviction. Cruelty is to take pleasure in the suffering of a trapped thing. That is the mark of a monster, not a master. Her fierce, unexpected defense of her own compassion surprises me into silence. She is not just parroting some learned morality. She believes it. And the force of that belief, in a world built on cruelty and domination, is a thing of rare and dangerous beauty. She finishes mixing the poultice and approaches me cautiously, her eyes never leaving mine. This will sting, she warns. I've had worse, I say, though I brace myself for the pain. Her touch is surprisingly gentle. She applies the cool, soothing paste to the raw, burned flesh of my wrists. Her fingers light, careful. I watch her face as she works, the fierce concentration in her expression, the way her brow furrows with a genuine, unfeigned concern. Despite my mockery, despite every reason she has to hate me, she tends to my wounds with a care that is utterly at odds with the world she lives in. She is not like him. The realization is a quiet, profound thing. The cruelty of her father is a learned behavior in her, a mask she wears to survive. But this gentleness, this quiet compassion, this is her true nature, and she is fighting a constant silent war to keep it from being extinguished. Why? I ask, my voice rougher than I intend. She doesn't look up from her work. Why what? Why do this? Why bother? I'm just a beast in a cage. Merchandise. No, you're not, she says in a low, fierce whisper. You're a living thing, and you're in pain. That's enough. Her simple, unadorned declaration of my worth, of my personhood, hits me harder than any physical blow. In this world that sees me as a monster, a prize, a thing to be bought and sold, the strange, sad girl with the fierce eyes and the gentle hands sees a person. And that single, simple act of recognition shifts something deep inside me. My perception of her, of this entire situation, tilts on its axis. She finishes her work, wrapping my wrists in clean, soft linen strips she pulls from her pouch. Her hands linger for longer than necessary, her thumb brushing against my pulse point. I can feel the frantic, unsteady rhythm of my own heart. Our eyes meet over our joined hands, and the air crackles with a sudden electric tension. The clearing, the cage, the world itself seems to fall away, leaving only the two of us, suspended in a moment of raw, undeniable connection. I see a flicker of something in her eyes, not just sympathy, but a shared loneliness, a shared longing for a world that is not so cruel. She seems to feel it too. With a sharp intake of breath, she jerks her hands back as if she's been burned, her face flushing with a mix of fear and confusion. She scrambles to her feet, putting a safe distance between us. The herbs should help with the pain, she says, her voice sounding breathless. And they might lessen the scarring. She is already turning to leave, to flee back to the safety of her own cage, of her familiar denials. Sabin. The name is a guess, a whisper I overheard from her father. But the effect is electric. She freezes, her back to me, her entire body going rigid. Slowly she turns to face me, her eyes wide with a stunned, questioning look. I hold her gaze, my own amber eyes full of a new, dawning understanding. Maybe, I say, voice a rough, quiet thing that is no longer a mockery, but a simple, honest admission.
Chapter 6. Sabin. We leave for the dark market in 2 days. The words, spoken so casually by my father over the morning meal, land like a death sentence in my gut. He spends the day preparing for the transport, his mood a strange mixture of focused professionalism and barely concealed excitement. He treats the Manticore's sail not as a grim necessity, but as the crowning achievement of his career. "We'll need the iron collar with the silencing rune," he instructs, laying out a series of cruel-looking restraints on a heavy canvas cloth. "And the shackles with the numbing charm. I want him docile for the journey. No roaring, no struggling. Vexen pays for pristine merchandise, not damaged goods." I watch him, my hands numb, as he details the methods he will use to subdue Lucaris. He speaks of powerful sedatives mixed with the Manticore's food, of specially designed chains that inflict agonizing pain with the slightest movement, of a cage reinforced with magical wards that will drain the strength from any creature trapped within. Each instruction, each casual mention of a new cruelty, is another nail being hammered into Lucaris's coffin. "Are you listening, girl?" my father snaps, noticing my distraction. "Yes, father," I say in a hollow echo. I nod obediently, my face a mask of dutiful attention, while inside, a silent, screaming rebellion sparks to life. I will not be a part of this. I will not watch that wild, defiant spirit be snuffed out and sold like a piece of meat. The obedient daughter is dying, and in her place, a traitor is being born. That night, sleep is impossible. I sit by the dying embers of the fire, long after my father's snores have filled the small cabin. The forest outside is a wall of impenetrable darkness, but it is not the shadows that frighten me. It is the cage I have lived in my whole life, the one whose bars have suddenly become visible, solid, and suffocating. Lucaris's words haunt me. "You're so used to your cage, you've forgotten the bars are even there." He was right. My father's approval, my duty, my fear, they have been my keepers, my jailers. And now my sentence is about to be extended. Once Lucaris is sold, my father will turn his full attention to my own sale, to the loveless, practical marriage that will be the final lock on my cage. I think of Lucaris, chained to that tree, his amber eyes burning with a fire that refuses to be extinguished. I imagine those eyes, so full of life and reckless arrogance, slowly dimming, becoming dull and empty under Lord Vexen's training. I picture that proud, magnificent creature, broken and docile, a pet for a cruel master. And the thought is a physical pain, a sharp, twisting agony in my chest. I cannot let it happen. It is not just about him anymore. It is about me. If I stand by and watch his spirit be broken, a part of my own will die with it. I will become my father's daughter in truth, a creature who mistakes cruelty for strength. And that is a fate I refuse to accept. My hands are trembling, but my heart is a steady, determined drum in my chest. I move through the darkened cabin with a silence born of a lifetime of practice, every footstep a ghost on the rough-hewn floorboards. My father's snores are a steady, rumbling counterpoint to the frantic beating of my own heart. From the heavy chest where he keeps his most valuable tools, I take a set of slender, intricate lock-picking instruments. They are designed for disarming the complex magical mechanisms of his own traps, a skill he has drilled into me since I was old enough to hold them. The irony of using his own tools, his own lessons against him, is a bitter, satisfying thing. I step out of the cabin, the cool night air a shocking, clarifying slap against my skin. The moon is hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, and the forest is a place of deep, listening shadows. Every snap of a twig, every hoot of a night bird, sends a fresh jolt of fear through me. But my resolve does not waver. He is awake when I reach the clearing. I see the glint of his amber eyes in the darkness, watching me, questioning. "What are you doing here, little hound?" he whispers, his voice a low growl of suspicion. "Shut up," I hiss, my voice a ragged, terrified thing. I fumble with the lock on his iron collar, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. The magical restraints are complex, a puzzle of interlocking wards and triggers. I'm getting you out of here. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic, wild thing. Hurry, I whisper, more to myself than to him, as my trembling fingers work at the delicate mechanism. Please, hurry, run, before I lose my nerve. The final ward gives way with a soft, almost inaudible click, followed by a faint, shimmering flash of dying magic. The heavy iron collar falls away, clattering to the ground with a sound that is deafening in the silence of the night. The shackles at his wrists and ankles vanish in a puff of silver smoke. He is free. Lucaris doesn't move for a long moment. He just stares at me, his amber eyes wide with a mix of shock and a dawning, incredulous understanding. He slowly rubs his wrists, his gaze never leaving my face. Why? He asks, his voice sounding like a low, rough thing, devoid of its usual mockery. Because cages are for beasts, I say, my voice trembling, not for people. I take a step back, my courage failing me now that the deed is done. The reality of what I have just done crashes down on me. I have betrayed my father. I have thrown away the only life I have ever known. Go, I urge, my voice a desperate whisper. Run, now, before he wakes up. He takes a step toward me, and for a terrifying moment, I think he is going to thank me, or touch me, or say something that will shatter the last of my fragile composure. But he doesn't. He just holds my gaze for a heartbeat longer, and in his eyes, I see a silent, binding promise. With a speed that is not quite human, he turns and vanishes into the deep, welcoming darkness of the forest. He is gone.
Chapter 7. Lucaris. Freedom is a heady, intoxicating wine. The moment the last shackle falls away, I am a blur of motion, a phantom melting into the deep blackness of the Rage Forest. I run, not with the desperation of an escaped convict, but with the pure, unadulterated joy of a creature unleashed. My lungs burn, my muscles sing with the sheer pleasure of movement. I could run for 100 miles and not tire, fueled by the adrenaline of my escape. My first instinct is to put as much distance as possible between myself and the hunter's camp. Find a high ridge, get my bearings, and head north. North to the coast, north to where my brothers are supposed to be waiting. It is the logical plan, the warrior's plan. It is what Korvac would do, what Silas would expect. But as I put a mile, then 2, between myself and my prison, a strange, unwelcome thought takes root in my mind. Her. Sabine. Her face, pale and terrified in the moonlight, as she urged me to run. The feel of her small, trembling hands as she worked at my chains. She had risked everything for me, a complete stranger, a beast in a cage. Why? The question is a burr under my skin, an irritating puzzle I can't quite solve. Her act of mercy haunts me, a strange, dissonant note in the brutal symphony of my life in Protheka. Against all reason, against every instinct for self-preservation, I find my path curving back on itself. I tell myself it's just curiosity. I want to see the aftermath. I want to witness the great hunter's fury when he finds his prize has vanished. It's a matter of pride, a final silent victory over my captor. It's a lie, and I know it. I move through the trees like a ghost, my manticore senses on high alert. I find a vantage point on a rocky outcrop that overlooks their small, fortified cabin, concealing myself in a dense thicket of ferns. The sky is beginning to lighten in the east, the first pale fingers of dawn stretching over the canopy. I don't have long. It's a fool's errand, I mutter to myself, my voice a low growl. She's a human. Her fate is not your concern. But I stay. I watch as the smoke begins to curl from the cabin's small chimney, a sign that the hunter is awake. I tell myself I'm just gathering intelligence, learning my enemy's patterns. But the truth, the ugly, inconvenient truth, is that I cannot bring myself to leave her alone to face her father's rage. It is a weakness, a sentimentality I cannot afford, and it infuriates me. But the thought of him laying his hands on her in his anger makes my own hands clench into fists. The cabin door bursts open, and the hunter emerges, his face a mask of thunderous fury. He is a tall, imposing man, his body corded with the muscle of a lifetime spent fighting monsters. He stalks to the ancient oak, sees the empty shackles, and lets out a roar of pure, undiluted rage that sends a flock of birds scattering from the trees. "Sabin!" he bellows, his voice a whip crack in the quiet morning air. She emerges from the cabin, her expression a careful, convincing mask of sleepy confusion. "Father, what is it? What's happened?" "The beast is gone," he snarls, gesturing at the empty chains. "The bonds have been tampered with." He stalks over to her, his large frame towering over her small one. I tense in my hiding spot, every muscle in my body coiled, ready to intervene if he touches her. "Did you see anyone? Hear anything?" "No, father," she says, her voice the perfect blend of innocence and alarm. "I was asleep. Do you think he broke free on his own?" The hunter examines the fallen shackles, his brow furrowed in a suspicious scowl. "The magic was drained, not broken. It would take a skilled hand." He looks at her, his gray eyes narrowed, and for a heart-stopping moment I think he knows. But she meets his gaze without flinching, her own expression one of wide-eyed concern. He seems to accept her story, his suspicion turning back to a frustrated rage. "No beast could have done this alone. Someone helped him." He paces the clearing like a caged animal, his fury a palpable thing. He kicks at the cold ashes of his fire, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Sabin just watches him, her face a mask of quiet obedience. But I see the subtle, almost imperceptible tensing of her shoulders, the way she holds herself perfectly still, a small, quiet island in the storm of his rage. She is a master at deflecting his anger, at making herself small and invisible until the tempest passes. "Find his tracks," he finally commands, his voice a dangerous growl. "Now, he cannot have gone far." "Yes, father," she says, her voice becoming a soft, dutiful whisper. I watch from the tree line as she moves through the clearing, her eyes scanning the ground. She is a skilled tracker. I can see it in the way she moves, in the focused intensity of her gaze. She will find my trail easily. But as she passes the spot where I first broke into a run, she hesitates for a fraction of a second, her gaze flicking up toward my hiding spot as if she can feel my eyes on her. Then she continues on, leading her father in the opposite direction. "Strange human," I mutter to myself, a slow, grudging respect dawning within me. She is not just a gentle heart. She is a skilled liar, a quiet rebel. And she is far more dangerous, far more interesting than I ever could have imagined. Something about her, this strange, contradictory girl who shows mercy to monsters and lies to her own father, keeps drawing me closer, and I know with sinking certainty that I am not leaving these woods until I understand why.
Chapter 8. Sabin. My father's rage is a storm, a physical force that batters the small confines of our cabin. He storms around the small space, his heavy boots thudding against the floorboards, his fury a palpable thing. He sweeps a pile of drying herbs from the table with a roar of frustration, sending them scattering across the floor. He kicks at the hearth, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. "Gone!" he bellows, his voice echoing in the small space. "The most valuable prize I have ever taken, and he is just gone." I stand by the door, making myself as small as possible, my face a mask of practiced, dutiful concern. Inside, a small, treacherous spark of satisfaction glows, a secret warmth in the cold landscape of my fear. Lucaris is free. I did that. "It was my fault," I say, murmuring an apology. "I should have checked the bonds again this morning. I grew complacent. I am sorry, father." It is a calculated risk, taking the blame. Sometimes my acceptance of his anger soothes the beast. Other times it gives him a target. Today it seems to work. His rage, finding no purchase on my quiet submission, turns inward. He sinks onto a stool, his head in his hands, a low groan of pure frustration rumbling in his chest. To lose him now, after all the work, all the risk. He gazes at me, his eyes narrowed with a familiar, weary disappointment. You are a fool, girl, a careless, foolish girl. You cost me a fortune today. I take his anger without a word of protest, my gaze fixed on the floor. Every harsh word, every dismissal, is another stone in the wall I am building between us. He sees me as a failure. He has no idea that my failure was my first true victory. His anger eventually burns itself out, replaced by a sullen, bitter resentment. For the rest of the day, he drinks, his mood growing fouler with every swallow of the potent home-brewed ale he favours. He mutters to himself, a constant litany of lost profits and damaged reputation. Lord Vexen will hear of this, he grumbles, staring into the flames. He'll think me an amateur, unable to hold a single beast. He slams his tankard down on the table, ale sloshing over the rim. And the syndicate, they will mock me. The great hunter, outsmarted by a single dumb animal. I listen in silence, mending a tear in one of his hunting cloaks, my needle moving with a steady, even rhythm. Every bitter word he speaks solidifies the resolve that is hardening in my heart. This is his world, a world of profit and reputation, where living things are measured in gold and silver, where cruelty is a tool of the trade. And I hate it. I hate the smell of it, the taste of it, the way it has shaped my entire life. I cannot live this way much longer. The thought is no longer a vague, childish dream of escape. It is a cold, hard certainty. I look at my father, at his flushed face and the cruel set of his mouth, and I do not see a parent. I see a captor, a monster. And I wonder, with a fear that is a cold, sharp thing in my gut, if I will ever be brave enough to leave. Later that night, long after my father has passed out in a drunken stupor, a visitor arrives. A pair of hunters from a neighbouring territory, their faces shadowed by the hoods of their cloaks. They speak to my father in low, urgent whispers at the cabin door, thinking me asleep in my cot. I lie perfectly still, my breathing even, listening to every word. He can't have gone far, one of the hunters says, his voice a gravelly rasp. He is wounded and on foot. Our trackers will find him by dawn. He is cleverer than he looks, my father grumbles, his voice thick with ale. He knows the woods. But you know them better, the other hunter says, his tone sycophantic. And this time, you have help. He goes on to describe the new snares they have brought, more sophisticated traps with interlocking wards, designed to counter a manticore's strength and cunning. He will not escape a second time, the hunter boasts. We will have him back in chains by midday tomorrow. My blood runs cold. I knew this was a possibility, but to hear it spoken with such certainty, it's a death knell. They are not just hunting him. They are an army, a network of cruel, greedy men who see him as nothing more than a prize, and my father is leading the charge. Good, my father says, his voice full of a renewed, vicious determination. And when we catch him, the price will be doubled, for the inconvenience. He laughs, a low, ugly sound that makes my skin crawl. He is enjoying this. The hunt is a game to him, and Lucaris is the ultimate prize. I lie awake long after the hunters have gone, my heart a cold, heavy stone in my chest. They will catch him. I know it with a sickening certainty. Lucaris is proud, reckless. He thinks he has won. He will not be expecting a second, more sophisticated attack so soon. He will circle back, his curiosity and his strange fascination with me a fatal lure, and my father will be waiting. And when they catch him this time, The thought is a cold, sharp dread that steals my breath. My father will not be merciful. He will punish Lucaris for his escape, for the humiliation he has caused. And he will punish me for my carelessness. My own cage is about to become much, much smaller. I close my eyes, and I see Lucaris, his amber eyes full of a wild, untamed fire. I see that fire being extinguished, his spirit broken, his magnificent body sold and used. The image is more than I can bear. I am a coward. I have always been a coward. But as I lie in the darkness, listening to the sound of my father's drunken breathing, a small, desperate prayer forms in my mind. A prayer not to any god, but to the flicker of courage I have just discovered within myself. When the time comes, I whisper to the shadows, "Let me be brave enough. Let me be strong enough to act." From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 9. Lucaris. My own arrogance is a bitter pill to swallow. For 2 days I've been a ghost in these woods, easily evading the clumsy patrols her father sends out. I have been watching, learning, growing bolder with each passing hour. Too bold. I knew he was setting new traps, more sophisticated ones. I even saw the faint shimmer of a magical tripwire just a moment too late. Now I find myself in a depressingly familiar situation, shackled to the same ancient oak, my wrists and ankles once again burning with the cold fire of magical runes. This new trap was even more ingenious than the first, a complex web of illusions and false trails designed to lure a curious predator into a sense of security before the final, inevitable snap. I have to give the old hunter credit. He learns from his mistakes. Damn it, I curse, pulling against the bonds, the searing pain of familiar, unwelcome companion. The irony of being caught twice by the same man in the same patch of forest is a humiliation that stings more than any magical burn. I chuckle, a short, bitter sound that is swallowed by the silence of the woods. My brothers would never let me live this down, if I live at all. She finds me an hour later. She doesn't move with her usual cautious grace, but crashes through the undergrowth, her breathing ragged, her face flushed with a mixture of exertion and anger. "You absolute, reckless fool!" she snarls, her gray-green eyes blazing with a fire I have not seen before. "I knew you would do this. I knew you wouldn't just run." I offer her a slow, lazy grin, masking the pain in my wrists and the deeper ache in my pride. What can I say? I missed your charming company. I let my gaze drift over her, taking in the way her chest heaves, the strands of dark hair that have escaped her braid to frame her furious, beautiful face. "You're even prettier when you're angry, little hound." "Don't call me that!" she snaps, though a faint blush colors her cheeks. She stops a few feet away, her hands on her hips, her posture a perfect picture of maternal disapproval. "Of all the stupid, arrogant, suicidal things you could have done, why did you come back?" "Maybe I was worried about you," I say, the words forming a half-truth I don't fully understand myself. Her anger seems to falter, replaced by a flicker of something else. Confusion, relief. The tension between us crackles, a familiar, dangerous current of fury and attraction. It is a relief to see her, I realize with a jolt. In the lonely, hostile landscape of this forest, she is the only thing that feels remotely familiar. She stares at me for a long, conflicted moment, her internal battle clear on her expressive face. Duty versus conscience. Fear versus compassion that she tries so hard to deny. I watch, holding my breath, as she makes her choice. With a soft curse, she pulls the familiar leather pouch from her belt and retrieves the slender, intricate tools of her trade. She approaches me, her movements hesitant, as if she can't quite believe what she is about to do. "He'll know this time," I say seriously. "He'll know it was you." "I know," she whispers, her gaze fixed on the complex magical lock of my shackles. "He will hurt you." "I know," she repeats, her voice a little stronger this time. "Why?" I ask, the question a raw, honest thing. "Why risk it? For me?" She finally looks at me, her gray-green eyes full of a fierce, stubborn light. "Because I will not be the reason a living thing dies in a cage," she says, voice a quiet, unshakable vow. "Now, hold still. This is more complex than the last one." Her hands are shaking, but her touch is deft, sure. She works at the magical restraints with a focused intensity, her brow furrowed in concentration. To risk her father's suspicion once was an act of pity. To do it a second time, this is an act of rebellion, an act of alliance. She has chosen a side, and she has chosen mine. The final rune dissolves with a faint, shimmering hiss, and the shackles vanish. I'm free. Again, I rub my raw, bleeding wrists, the silence of the clearing a heavy, expectant thing. She has risked everything for me twice. This time, I don't bolt. I don't revel in my freedom. I just watch her as she quickly gathers her tools, her face a mixture of terror and a strange, fierce pride. "You need to go," she says, her voice lowering to an urgent whisper. "Far away from here. Don't come back this time. He won't be fooled a third time." "I'm not leaving you," I say, as a simple, unadorned truth. The thought of her facing her father's wrath alone is a physical pain in my gut. "You have to," she insists, her voice rising with a frantic edge. "He will kill you. And he will—" She trails off, but I know what she means. He will punish her in ways that are worse than death. "I'm not running," I repeat, my voice a low, unyielding growl. I shadow her path as she makes her way back to the cabin, a silent, unseen guardian in the trees. I watch her slip back into her own cage, her face a mask of practiced innocence. I am done running from this strange, courageous human. She has bound me to her, not with chains, but with a selfless act of mercy I can neither understand nor ignore. And like gravity, I find myself in her orbit, unable and unwilling to break free.
Chapter 10. Sabine. My father is a predator, and right now his eyes are on me. He circles the second trap, the one that had held Lucaris for a few short hours, and his movements are a slow, dangerous prowl. He doesn't look at the empty shackles, but at the intricate web of magical tripwires, at the glowing runes carved into the ancient oak. He is not looking for tracks, he is looking for flaws. My flaws. "The wards were drained," he says, voice becoming a thoughtful growl. He runs a hand over the bark, his fingers tracing a glowing symbol. Not broken. A beast, even a manticore, would have thrashed until it broke the magic or itself. This was disarmed, delicately. His sharp grey eyes, so like my own, lift and pin me in place, like a lock being picked. "He is cleverer than you thought," I say steadily, though my heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. He must have found a weakness in the design. My designs have no weaknesses, he snarls, his suspicion coiling around me like a snake. He stalks toward me, closing the space between us until I am forced to crane my neck to meet his gaze. Where were you, after you brought me my meal last night? In my bed, father. I lie, my own gaze unwavering. It is a skill he himself has taught me. Never let the prey see your fear. I was exhausted. I slept until you woke me this morning. Did you? He asks, voice a soft, dangerous thing. Because Grohl, on the Western Watch, said he saw a light moving through the trees near this clearing around midnight. A light from a tinder stick, not a torch. My blood runs cold. I always carry a tinder stick for emergencies. It is a detail so small, so insignificant, that I had not even considered it. He is toying with me, letting me know he is circling the truth. He doesn't have proof, not yet, but his doubt is a tangible thing, a promise of a pain to come. The walk back to the cabin is a silent, suffocating ordeal. I am acutely aware of his gaze on my back, of the simmering suspicion in his every step. I do not know that I am being watched by another pair of eyes, amber and fierce, from the deep shadows of the thick forest. I do not know that Lucaris, the source of all this trouble, has followed me back, a silent, unseen ghost. The moment we are back in the clearing in front of the cabin, the storm of my father's rage breaks. Careless! He roars, the word a physical blow. He backhands me across the face, the force of it sending me stumbling to the dirt. I have spent a lifetime building a reputation, and you, in your foolishness, have undone it in a single night. I push myself up, my cheeks stinging, the metallic taste of blood in my mouth. I say nothing. I do not cry. I simply stare at a point on the ground, my face a mask of blank submission, and let the storm wash over me. He was a prize girl, a key that would have unlocked Lord Vexen's patronage for years to come. He paces in front of me, his voice a litany of my failures. And you are worthless. A burden. Do you have any idea the trouble I went through to raise you after your mother died? To teach you, to feed you? And this is how you repay me? With stupidity and incompetence? I take his abuse in silence, my fists clenched at my sides, my nails digging into my palms. Inside, I am a whirlwind of hatred and a strange, fierce pride. He thinks me a fool. He has no idea of the power I have just wielded, the choice I have just made. And as I kneel in the dirt, a disobedient daughter being punished, I have never felt less like his property. His rage, having found no purchase on my silence, shifts to a colder, more methodical cruelty. Since you are so fond of your duties, he sneers, you will spend the rest of the day performing them, properly, this time. For the next several hours, he assigns me a series of menial, humiliating tasks. I'm to clean every piece of his hunting gear, from the blood-encrusted blades of his skinning knives to the delicate mechanisms of his crossbows, until they gleam. I am to prepare his evening meal, not the simple stew we usually share, but a multi-course feast, a celebration of a victory that will not happen. He speaks to me not as a daughter, but as a servant he has just purchased and found wanting. The leather on that bracer is still dull, girl. Do it again. You call that a fire? A child could do better. Serve my ale, and don't spill a drop this time. Each command, each dismissive word, is a small, sharp cut. He is stripping away the last vestiges of our familial bond, reminding me of my place in his world. I am a tool, a piece of property. My worth is measured only by my usefulness to him. And with every cruel word, the resentment that has been simmering in my heart for years builds, hardening into a cold, sharp resolve. I will not be his tool. I will not be his property. I will not. I am on my knees scrubbing the floor of the cabin, my knuckles raw, when a shadow falls over the doorway. I look up, expecting to see my father, ready with another insult, another task. But it is not my father. It is Lucaris. He stands there, a creature of the wild framed by the dying light of the afternoon, his amber eyes burning with an emotion I cannot name. He is no longer the arrogant, mocking beast from the clearing. He is something else, something dangerous. "Heard your father call you worthless," he says, his voice growling so dangerously that it vibrates through the very floorboards. He's wrong. My heart stops. He saw. He was out there, in the trees, this whole time. He saw my humiliation. He heard my father's cruel words. He saw the way he treated me. A hot, shameful flush creeps up my neck. "You shouldn't be here," I whisper, scrambling to my feet. "He'll kill you." "Let him try," he says, taking a step into the cabin, his presence filling the small space, chasing away the shadows. He looks from my bruised cheek to my raw hands, and the fire in his eyes intensifies. No one should be treated like that, not even a strange, stubborn human who doesn't know when to run. He is not mocking me. He is angry. Not at me, but for me. And in that moment I realise he is not just a possibility of escape. He is a promise of it. And he has decided that he is no longer staying hidden.
Chapter 11. Lucaris. I have seen enough. His cruelty, her quiet, simmering defiance. It's a poison that has infected this small patch of forest, and I can no longer stand by and watch. My earlier caution, my logical plan to simply observe and gather intelligence, is consumed by a hot, white rage. I'm not Silas, content to watch from the shadows and formulate a perfect strategy. I'm Lucaris, and I act. I step from the deep shadows of the towering pines into the fading afternoon light at the very edge of the clearing. The move is deliberate, a challenge. I'm no longer hiding. I am here. Sabine is kneeling by the fire, tending to a pot of stew, her movements small and defeated. She spins at the sound of my approach, her eyes widening with a mixture of terror and a strange, undeniable relief. Her hand flies to her mouth, stifling a gasp. "You!" she breathes, her voice a panicked whisper. "Me!" I say in a dangerous purr. I give her a slow, predatory grin, enjoying the way her pulse flutters at the base of her throat. "Miss me?" "What are you doing here?" she hisses, scrambling to her feet and casting a frantic glance back toward the cabin. "My father is inside. If he sees you, then he sees me," I say with a careless shrug, though my own heart is pounding with a reckless, exhilarating rhythm. "I'm not afraid of your father, little hound." "You should be," she insists, her voice a desperate, urgent thing. "He will kill you. Please, Lucaris. Leave now, before he finds you." Her use of my name, the sound of it on her lips, sends a strange, possessive thrill through me. I ignore her pleas. I am not here to run. I'm here to break the cage. I prowl closer, circling her as a predator might circle its prey, my movements a deliberate, insolent trespass into her father's territory. "Why so worried, Sabine?" I taunt, my voice a soft, insidious whisper. "Are you afraid he'll punish you for letting the beast out of its cage? Or are you afraid he'll see that his good, obedient daughter has a fire in her eyes every time she looks at me?" "I don't know what you're talking about," she says, her voice trembling. "Don't you?" I laugh, a low, humorless sound. "I've been watching you. I've seen the way you look at him. You hate him." I stop in front of her, so close I can see the flicker of her eyelashes, the way her breath catches in her throat. "You are a caged bird, little one, singing a pretty song for a cruel master, all the while dreaming of the sky." "This is my life," she says, her voice becoming a weak defense. "I choose to be here. I am loyal to my father." "You're loyal to your cage," I correct, my voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "Because you are a coward." The words are a deliberate cruelty, a sharp, twisting blade designed to wound her pride. And it works. Her face pales, her eyes flashing with a familiar, gratifying fire. She is not broken. Not yet. She doesn't answer, but her denial is a lie, and we both know it. The air between us crackles with unspoken truths, with a tension that is no longer just about anger, but about a raw, undeniable attraction. I take another step, backing her up against the massive pine's rough bark. I place a hand on the tree beside her head, caging her in, my body a hair's breadth from hers. "What do you want, Lucaris?" she asks, her voice a breathless whisper. "I want you to stop lying to yourself," I say, my gaze dropping to her mouth. Her lips are parted, her breathing shallow and quick. I can smell her scent, a mixture of wood smoke, herbs, and something else. Something uniquely her. Something that is pure, undiluted female. It's intoxicating. My own body responds instantly, my blood singing with a reckless, primal need. And I can smell her response to me. Beneath her fear, there is a distinct, musky scent of arousal. She's terrified, and she's wet for me. The knowledge is a heady, dangerous thing. "I'm not lying," she says, but her pupils are dilated, her body is trembling, and her denial is the weakest thing I've ever heard. She is caught, trapped between her duty and her desire, and the struggle is a beautiful, captivating thing to behold. "No?" I lean in closer, my lips a mere inch from hers. I can feel the heat radiating off her skin, the frantic beat of her heart against my own. "Then prove it. Tell me you want to stay here. Tell me you want to be your father's tool, his property. Tell me you want the life he has planned for you." She can't. The words won't come. She just stares at me, her gray-green eyes wide and luminous in the dying light, a silent war raging within them. "I see it, Sabine," I whisper, my voice hypnotic. "The fire, the wildness. It's buried deep, but it's there. I can feel it, and I can set it free." The promise, the temptation, is too much for her. With a choked, frustrated sob, she shoves me, her hands flat against my chest. It's a weak, token gesture of defiance, and I let her push me back a step. She doesn't flee. She just stands there, her chest heaving, her eyes blazing with a mixture of rage and a desperate, yearning hunger. I grin, a slow, triumphant spreading of my lips. I have her. I've broken through her walls. I've seen the spirit beneath the obedient mask. "There it is," I growl. "There's the fire." I take a slow step back, melting into the shadows of the forest. "You're a wild thing, Sabine. You just haven't realized it yet." I let the words hang in the air. Final parting shot. "But you will." And then I am gone, leaving her trembling and alone in the clearing, the seeds of a new, dangerous rebellion now in full, glorious bloom.
Chapter 12. Sabine. He is gone. The clearing is empty, silent, as if he were never there. But my heart is a frantic drum against my ribs, a wild, chaotic rhythm that echoes the chaos he has stirred in my soul. I lean against the rough bark of the pine tree, my legs trembling, my whole body humming with a strange, unfamiliar energy. "Get a hold of yourself," I whisper harshly. My skin still burns where he stood too close, the memory of his heat a phantom touch that makes me shiver. I take a deep, shuddering breath, trying to force my racing heart back into a semblance of its normal, steady beat. But it's no use. He has rattled me, shaken the very foundations of the carefully constructed world I have lived in for 21 years. I am confused by my body's traitorous response to him. The fear was real, a cold, sharp thing in my gut. But beneath it, there was something else, something hot and dark and shameful, a current of pure, undiluted want that had nothing to do with logic or self-preservation. I had wanted him to close the distance. I had wanted him to kiss me. The admission is a fresh wave of humiliation, and I press the heels of my hands into my eyes, as if I can physically block out the memory of my own weakness. I force myself back to the cabin, my movements stiff, robotic. I try to focus on my evening tasks, stoking the fire, cleaning the stew pot, preparing my father's bedroll. But my mind is a whirlwind of his words, his scent, the memory of his amber eyes sizzling with a fire that seemed to see straight into my soul. "You are a caged bird, little one." "No, I'm not," I mutter to myself, scrubbing at a stubborn spot on the pot with a furious energy. "I am not. I see it, Sabin, the fire, the wildness." "He's a fool," I hiss angrily. "He's a reckless, arrogant beast who knows nothing about me." But it's a lie, and the taste of it is bitter on my tongue. He knows. He sees the part of me I keep buried, the part that dreams of a life beyond this small, suffocating cabin, beyond my father's cruel, controlling presence. He sees the girl who stands on the edge of the forest and looks at the endless sea of trees, not with fear, but with a deep, aching longing. And he is not afraid of her. He is calling to her. The thought is both terrifying and exhilarating. I am angry at myself for being so easily affected, for letting his words slip past my defences. I have survived this long by being careful, by being obedient. He is a danger to that survival, a beautiful, reckless danger I cannot afford. My father returns from his evening patrol, his mood fouler than when he left. He throws a brace of suru on the table, their small furry bodies a grim testament to his foul temper. "Grohl is a fool," he grumbles, pouring himself a tankard of ale. He swears he found manticore tracks heading east, toward the lowlands. The beast is too smart for that. He's still in the high woods. I know it. I say nothing, my heart giving a small, guilty lurch. Grohl is not a fool. I had laid a false trail myself that afternoon, a subtle manipulation of broken twigs and disturbed earth that would lead any competent tracker in the wrong direction. It was a small act of rebellion, but it was mine. "It doesn't matter," my father continues, taking a long swallow of his ale. "He cannot hide from me forever." He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand and looks at me, his eyes cold and calculating. "And once he is dealt with, we will deal with you." My blood runs cold. "Me, father?" "Yes, you," he says, his voice flat. "You are of age. It is time you were married." He takes another drink, his gaze dismissive, as if he is discussing a piece of livestock. "Lord John of the Blackwood Territory has made an offer. He is an old man, but his lands are rich, and he needs a new wife to give him an heir. The price he has offered is generous." He looks at me, and a cruel smile touches his lips. "You will be transferred to his keeping the day after the manticore is sold. A profitable week for us both." The words are a death sentence. Lord John is a notoriously cruel man, twice my father's age, with a reputation for treating his wives with the same brutal efficiency he treats his hunting dogs. I will be his property, a broodmare to secure his bloodline, another commodity to be bought and sold. A cold, suffocating horror washes through me. I look around the small, familiar cabin, at the rough-hewn walls, at the flickering fire, at the face of the man who is my father, my captor, my seller. This cage, the only one I have ever known, is about to become infinitely smaller, infinitely more brutal. My mind flashes to Lucaris, to his taunts about cages, to his offer of a wild, reckless freedom. It had seemed like a madman's dream, an impossible fantasy. Now it feels like the only breathable air in a suffocating tomb. I see my bleak future stretching out before me, a long grey road of silent obedience and slow, soul-crushing despair, and I begin to crack. The dutiful daughter, the careful apprentice, the silent survivor, she is dying, and in her place, a desperate, cornered animal is being born. I will not go to Lord John. I will not be sold. I will not spend the rest of my life in a cage. I will run, or I will die. At last, the choice is mine.
Chapter 13. Lucaris. I find her at the stream at dawn, her silhouette a slender, graceful thing against the rising sun. She's fetching water, her movement slow, weary. I emerge from the trees, and she startles, her hand flying to her chest, a small gasp escaping her lips. "You," she breathes, her eyes wide with a blend of fear and something else I can't quite name. "Me," I say in a low rumble. I take a step closer, and I see the dark circles under her eyes, the pale, shaken look of a person who has not slept. "You look like hell, little hound." "And you look like you've been sleeping in a ditch," she retorts, her voice sharp, but lacking its usual venom. "Close enough," I say, my gaze fixed on her face. "What did he say to you? Your father? Last night? He did something to upset you?" "I'm fine," she says, turning away to fill her water skin, a clear dismissal. "He was angry about your escape. It's over now." "Is it?" I ask, circling her, forcing her to face me. "Because you look like a woman who has just been handed a death sentence." I see the truth of my words in the way her eyes flicker, in the slight tremble of her lower lip. She is a terrible liar. And her pain is a raw, open thing that calls to a part of me I did not know existed. "Tell me what he said, Sahabin," I demand, my voice losing its teasing edge, replaced by a low, urgent growl. "Why are you so scared?" "It's none of your concern," she says, her pride a fragile shield against my intrusion. "You made it my concern when you unlocked my chains." I counter, my voice a fierce, low thing. "You risked your life for me. I'm not going to walk away and let him punish you for it." She stares at me, her gray-green eyes a stormy sea of conflict. I see her internal battle, the war between her ingrained obedience and her burgeoning rebellion. And then, her walls crumble. "He's selling me," she whispers, the words a broken, shameful thing. "He's arranged a marriage to a local lord, an old man with a cruel reputation." She looks at me, her eyes full of a desperate, pleading horror. "He's going to trade me for land and influence, just like he was going to trade you for gold. I'm just another piece of property to him." The mask of the obedient daughter cracks, and I see the terrified, trapped girl beneath. And a rage, hot and pure and utterly possessive, surges through me. The thought of her being sold, of another man putting his hands on her, of her spirit being broken in a loveless, brutal marriage. It is a violation I will not allow. "And what do you want?" I ask, voice a low, intense thing. I cup her face in my hands, my thumbs stroking the soft skin of her cheeks. "Not him. Not your father. You, Sabine. What do you truly want?" Her breath hitches, a small, choked sound. A single tear traces a path through the dirt on her cheek. "Not this," she whispers. The words a raw, heartbreaking confession of a lifetime of quiet desperation. "Not this life." "Then leave it," I say, voice a fierce, compelling promise. "Come with me." I see the shock, the terror, the wild, impossible hope that flickers in her eyes. "It will be dangerous. We will be hunted. You will be a traitor to your father, an outcast. But you will be free." I lean closer, my forehead resting against hers, our breath mingling in the cool morning air. "I can't promise you safety, Sabine, but I can promise you a life that is your own." She starts, her voice a fragile, trembling thing. "I can't. I don't need you to rescue me." The words are a reflexive defense, a lifetime of pride warring with a desperate, burgeoning hope. "Don't you?" I ask, my voice soft, knowing. I pull back, but I don't release her. I hold her gaze, letting her see the truth in my own. "Your eyes say otherwise, little hound. They are screaming for a way out." "I can handle my own problems," she insists, though her voice lacks conviction. She pushes against my chest, a weak, token gesture of resistance. "I know you can," I say, my voice becoming a low, rumbling thing that is pure, unadulterated truth. "You are the strongest person I have ever met." I let my gaze drift over her face, at the flush on her cheeks, the fire in her eyes, the stubborn set of her jaw. "And you are beautiful when you are angry." The unexpected compliment so out of place in our grim conversation seems to shatter the last of her defenses. A look of pure, flustered confusion crosses her face. With a choked, frustrated sound, she turns and flees, her footsteps a frantic retreat back toward the cabin, back toward her cage. I watch her go, a slow, predatory grin illuminating my face. She is lying to me and to herself. She wants to run. She wants to be free. And she wants me. She just hasn't admitted it yet. But she will. I will push her. I will taunt her. I will tempt her until she has no choice but to break free. And I will be there to catch her when she does.
Chapter 14. Sabine. We leave at dawn. The words, spoken by my father as he enters the cabin, are a death knell. He throws a heavy pack of supplies onto the table, the thud of it a final jarring punctuation to my life as I know it. Tomorrow. It is all happening tomorrow. The dark market, the sale of the Manticore, the finalisation of my own sale to Lord John. A cold, suffocating dread claws at my throat, making it hard to breathe. This is it. My last day. My last night of any kind of freedom, however limited it has been. "Pack your things," he commands, not looking at me. "Just the essentials. Lord John will provide for you once the contract is signed." He speaks of it so casually, as if he is discussing the sale of a hunting dog, not the life of his own daughter. The thought is a fresh wave of nausea, and I have to grip the edge of the table to keep my hands from shaking. "Yes, father," I say, my voice dropping to an obedient whisper. But inside I am screaming. I move through the familiar motions of packing with a strange, dreamlike detachment. I fold my spare tunic, roll my bedroll, check the contents of my small herbal pouch. Every action is automatic. My body moving through a routine my mind has already abandoned. My father stands by the fire, issuing a series of final instructions. "You will not speak to Lord John unless spoken to," he says. "You will be polite. You will be agreeable. You will not, under any circumstances, do anything to jeopardize this arrangement. Do you understand me, girl?" "I understand," I say, my voice sounding like a flat, dead thing. I am a doll, a puppet, and he is pulling my strings one last time. But even as I nod and agree, a silent, screaming rebellion is raging within me. I see my future stretching out before me, a dismal, grey road of silent submission and slow, soul-crushing despair. And I am certain that is just as terrifying as it is liberating, that I will not walk it. I am running out of time. I have to make a choice. And there is only one choice left that does not end in a cage. The moon is a high, cold sliver in the sky when he appears. I have been waiting for him, my heart a frantic, wild thing in my chest. He is a shadow among shadows, a ghost in the clearing. I slip out, my movements silent, my heart in my throat. He is waiting for me by the ancient oak, the site of his own imprisonment. The irony is not lost on me. "He's leaving tomorrow," I whisper, the words a raw, desperate thing. "He's taking me with him." Lucaris says nothing for a long moment. He just watches me, his amber eyes glowing in the darkness. I can see the desperation in my own reflection in his gaze. "I told you he would betray you. He's not a very trustworthy man," he says finally, his voice a low, rough thing, devoid of his usual mockery. "I didn't believe you," I admit, my voice a choked whisper. "I didn't want to." I look at him, at his wild, untamed beauty. at the promise of a freedom I have never known. Is your offer still open? The question is a surrender, a final, desperate plea. It is, he says, his voice becoming a soft, compelling promise. Come with me, Sabine. Be free. The temptation is a physical thing, a sweet, aching pull in my gut, but the fear is still there, a cold, familiar anchor. I can't, I whisper. I'm not like you. I'm not a fighter. I wouldn't make it a day out there. You're stronger than you think, he says, taking a step closer. The air between us crackles with a familiar, dangerous energy. You survived your father for 21 years. The rest of the world will seem easy after that. That's not true, I say, though a part of me, a small, desperate part, wants to believe him. Isn't it? He asks, his voice becoming a low, hypnotic purr. He is so close now I can feel the heat emanating from his body. You want to come with me, Sabine. I can see it in your eyes. I start, the words a desperate plea. Take me with you, please. The words are on the tip of my tongue, a final, humiliating surrender of the last vestiges of my pride. But I can't say them. I can't. He sees it, of course. He sees the war raging within me. With a low, frustrated growl, he closes the distance between us, his hands coming up to cut my face. Then stop fighting it, he whispers, his lips a breath away from mine. And in that very moment, as his mouth is about to claim mine, I know that my life is about to change forever. I am trembling, not with fear, but with the terrifying, exhilarating promise of freedom.
Chapter 15. Lucaris. Her desperation is a scent in the night air, a tangible thing that draws me from the shadows. I find her in the moonlit clearing by the ancient oak, her back pressed against the rough bark as if seeking strength from the silent wood. She's breathing hard, a wild, cornered animal, and the sight of her, so full of a fierce, terrified energy, makes my own blood sing. Running out of time, little hound? I purr as I step into the clearing. She jumps, her hand flying to her chest, her gray-green eyes wide and dark in the pale light. You, she breathes. You need to go. My father could wake at any moment. I'm not afraid of your father, I say, closing the distance between us, my movements a slow, deliberate prowl. I'm here for you. I back her against the tree, placing my hands on the trunk on either side of her head, caging her in. The heat between our bodies is a palpable thing, a crackling energy that has absolutely nothing to do with the cool night air. Her pupils are dilated, her lips parted, and I can smell the heady mix of her fear and her desire. She is terrified, and she wants this as much as I do. What do you want from me? She whispers, voice a trembling thing, barely holding back the storm inside her. I want you to choose, I say in a rough growl. Choose freedom, Sabine. Choose me. My lips are a breath away from hers, the tension between us an unbearable, delicious agony. I can't, she says, the words a lie we both recognize, her voice breaking with the weight of her longing. With a small, frustrated sound, she shoves at my chest, her hands trembling but fierce. It's a token gesture, a last, desperate attempt at resistance. I catch her wrist, my fingers wrapping around the delicate bones, and pull her flush against me, her soft curves molding to my hard frame. Don't lie to me, little hound, I murmur, my lips brushing her ear. You want this. You want me. And then our mouths crash together. It is not a gentle kiss. It is a battle, a clash of teeth and tongue, a raw, desperate expression of all the anger and fear and hunger that has been simmering between us. I taste her desperation, her defiance, and it's the most intoxicating thing I've ever known. I bite her lower lip, hard enough to draw a gasp, and she moans into my mouth, her body going pliant, submissive against mine. The fight is over. She surrendered, and the victory sends a primal thrill through me, Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I stare at her, at this brave, foolish, beautiful girl who is willing to risk everything for a taste of freedom, for me. My hands tighten on her hips, and for a moment I almost give in, almost rip her trousers off and take her right there. But I force myself to step back, setting her down gently, my body trembling with the effort of restraint. Not tonight, I say, my voice hoarse. But soon, Sabine. Soon you'll be mine completely. She glares at me, her cheeks flushed, her eyes blazing with a mix of frustration and desire. You're infuriating, she mutters. But there's no real anger in her voice, only a hungry, submissive need that makes my blood pound. I grin, leaning in to brush one last teasing kiss against her lips. Get used to it, little hound. You're not rid of me yet.
Chapter 16. Sabine. I stumble back into the cabin, my heart a wild, panicked bird against my ribs. My skin still burns where he touched me. The memory of his heat is a phantom brand that makes me tremble. I slam the heavy wooden door shut, leaning back against it as if I can physically block out what just happened. Fool! I hiss at myself, my voice a ragged whisper in the sudden silence of the cabin. Stupid, foolish girl. I cannot believe I responded to him like that. I am my father's daughter, trained to be controlled, to be logical, to never let emotion cloud my judgment. And yet, in the moonlight, with his amber eyes boring into me, I had become a creature of pure, wanton instinct. I had wanted him. The admission is a fresh wave of shame, and I begin to pace the small confines of the room like a caged animal, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. He is the enemy, a beast, a complication that threatens to unravel the fragile threads of my survival. And I am a weak, stupid girl who is letting his reckless beauty cloud my mind. The smell of burnt stew jolts me from my frantic pacing. I curse, rushing to the hearth, but it's too late. A thick black crust has formed on the bottom of the pot. My father will be furious, and he is. He enters the cabin at dawn, his sharp eyes taking in the mess of my abandoned chores, the frantic, dishevelled state of my appearance. "What is the meaning of this?" he asks in a menacing growl. He gestures at the burnt pot, at the unswept floor. "You look like you've been wrestling with a razorback snapper all night." I couldn't sleep. I lie, my voice a little too high, a little too breathless. I had nightmares. "Nightmares," he repeats, his gaze narrowing with a familiar, cold suspicion. He takes a step closer, his eyes scanning my face, my dishevelled hair, the flush on my cheeks that has little to do with the heat of the fire. "You look frightened, girl. What has rattled you so?" "Nothing, father," I say, forcing myself to meet his gaze, to keep my own expression a mask of practiced innocence. "Just a bad dream." He studies me for a long, uncomfortable moment, and I can feel him weighing my words, searching for the lie. He doesn't believe me, but he has no proof. With a final, dismissive grunt, he turns away, but I can feel his suspicious gaze on me for the rest of the morning. I spend the day in a flurry of activity, trying to act normal, to cover the tracks of my own emotional turmoil. I perform my morning tasks with a meticulous, almost frantic precision. I clean the cabin until the floorboards gleam. I sharpen his skinning knives until the edges are razor sharp. I prepare his morning meal, my hands steady, my expression a mask of calm, dutiful obedience. My father assigns me a series of busy, mindless tasks, as if he is trying to keep me occupied, to keep my mind from wandering. He has me mending his hunting leathers, then reorganizing his collection of rare animal pelts, then cataloguing the contents of his herbal pouches. I welcome the distraction. It is better than the alternative, sitting in silence, replaying every moment of my encounter with Lucaris, every heated touch, every reckless word. But it's no use. His ghost is everywhere. The scent of pine from the woods reminds me of him. The glint of steel from a freshly sharpened blade reminds me of the fire in his eyes. He has infected my world, a wild, dangerous fever I cannot seem to break. Despite my best efforts, my mind is a traitor. As I lie in my cot that night, I find myself replaying every moment of his kiss, every rough caress. The memory is a hot, shameful thing that makes my body ache with a longing I do not want to name. I dream of him. I dream of running wild through the moonlit forests, his hand in mine, his laughter a wild, free sound in the darkness. I dream of a life beyond this cabin, beyond my father's cruelty, a life of danger and passion, and a freedom so absolute it terrifies me. I wake in the pre-dawn gloom, my body aching with a nameless, unfamiliar longing. The dream was so real, so vivid, that the return to the cold, silent reality of my life is a physical pain. And for the very first time, I dare to imagine it. A different life, a different future, one where I am not a daughter, not a tool, not a prize to be sold, one where I am wild and free. The thought is a dangerous, forbidden seed, but it has been planted, and it has already begun to grow.
Chapter 17. Lucaris. The forest is a cage. The thought is a bitter irony that makes me want to laugh. I'm free of the hunter's physical chains, but my mind is still shackled to the memory of his daughter. I prowl the deep woods, my body humming with a restless, agitated energy that has no outlet. I should be miles from here, heading north toward the coast, toward my brothers. But my feet, traitors to my own common sense, keep leading me in circles, always bringing me back within scent range of their cabin. I can't stop replaying our encounter at the tree, the feel of her small, defiant body pressed against mine, the taste of her on my lips, the raw, desperate fire in her eyes. The memory is a constant, irritating thrum beneath my skin, a distraction I cannot shake. She's just a human, I snarl to the silent, watching trees, the words a weak attempt to convince myself. A complication, a distraction from the mission. I try to hunt, to channel my restless energy into the familiar thrill of the chase. I track a massive razorback snapper for an hour, but my focus is gone. Every shadow seems to hold her shape. Every snap of a twig sounds like her footstep. With a roar of pure frustration, I abandon the hunt, the beast forgotten. What in the 13 hells is wrong with me? I ask the empty air. I tell myself I'm only staying to ensure the hunter isn't setting more sophisticated traps, that I am merely gathering intelligence before I continue my journey. I know it's a lie. I am drawn back to her, and the lack of control infuriates me. From my concealed vantage point on a rocky outcrop, I watch her go about her morning chores. The scene is mundane. She's feeding the few scrawny chickens they keep, then moving to chop a pile of firewood with a surprising, efficient strength. But I notice a profound change in her. Before, her movements were subdued, almost robotic, the actions of a person going through the motions of a life they despise. Now there's a new awareness in her posture, a spark of life in her eyes, even as she performs the same dreary tasks. Her father emerges from the cabin, his voice a harsh, grating sound that sets my teeth on edge. "Girl, is that stew ready yet? A man could starve waiting on your slow hands." "Yes, father," Sabine's response is a quiet, dutiful murmur, but I see her hands clench into fists on the axe handle, her knuckles white with a suppressed rage that mirrors my own. The sight of her silent endurance, of her spirit being crushed under the weight of her father's casual cruelty, ignites a fierce, protective fire in my gut. It's an unfamiliar, unsettling feeling. Since when do I care about a human's feelings? I wonder, surprised by the intensity of my own reaction. I want to tear the man apart, not for caging me, but for hurting her. It is a foolish, dangerous thought, and it shakes me to my core. I continue to watch as the day wears on, fascinated and infuriated in equal measure. I realize I was wrong about her. She has not just been surviving in this life, she has been slowly dying, her inner fire being systematically smothered by her father's cold, casual cruelty. Our kiss, our fight, it didn't break her. It woke her up. The wild thing I had taunted her about was real, and I am the one who reminded her of it. I notice how she keeps glancing toward the forest, her gaze lingering on the deep shadows where I am hidden. Is she looking for me? Or is she just looking for an escape route? The thought is a possessive, deeply satisfying thrill. I can almost hear her thoughts, the silent war between her fear and her newfound hope. I grin to myself, a slow, predatory smile. She's already mine, I think, the possessive thought feeling more right than anything I have felt in a long time. She just doesn't know it yet. She is a flame, and I have just given her air. And I will not leave until I see her burn. The sun begins to set, casting long, bloody shadows across the clearing. Her father emerges from the cabin, checking the straps on his travel packs, his movements brisk and purposeful. Time is running out. I know Sabine won't leave on her own. Her fear and her twisted sense of duty are chains stronger than any magical shackle. She needs another push, I mutter, my amber eyes fixed on her. I know I can't just offer her freedom. I have to make her take it. I have to become a temptation she cannot resist. A promise of a life so much more vibrant than the slow death she faces here. I have to make staying a more terrifying option than leaving with me. I look at the cabin, now lit from within by a warm, deceptively welcoming firelight. It's a pretty cage, but a cage nonetheless. I won't let her be sold. Will not let her spirit be broken. I will keep appearing, keep taunting, keep tempting her, until she has no choice but to choose. Stubborn caged bird, I whisper to the darkness, waiting for someone to open the door. I vow to myself that I will be the one to do it, no matter the cost. I am not leaving Rach without her.
Chapter 18. Sabine. My father is in a foul mood. The manticore has eluded his patrols for another day, and every hour that passes is another handful of gold slipping through his fingers. He takes his frustration out on me, his words as sharp and biting as the cold morning air. Lord Jorn's runner arrived again this morning, he says, his back to me as he sharpens a skinning knife with vicious, angry strokes. He is growing impatient. He wants to see the contract signed. I say nothing, my attention fixed on the pot of stew I am stirring over the fire. My silence seems to infuriate him more. He is a practical man, Jorn, my father continues, his voice a low, menacing growl. He knows a good investment when he sees one. Good breeding stock. You are young, healthy. You will give him strong sons to carry on his name. He speaks of me as if I am a prized Tara, my worth measured only by the strength of my bloodline and the fertility of my womb. The bile rises in my throat, hot and acidic. Once the manticore is captured and the transaction with Vexen is complete, he says, turning to face me, his eyes cold and hard. You will move to his estate. You will be his wife, and you will be an obedient one. Do you understand me? Yes, father, I say, my voice hollow and empty. Later, as I go about my chores, his words echo in my mind, a death knell for the small, fragile hope that has taken root in my heart. You will be his wife. I see my future stretching out before me, a long, grey, featureless road. A loveless marriage to a cruel old man. A lifetime of servitude, my body used to produce heirs, my spirit slowly, methodically crushed beneath the weight of my duty. I will never be more than property, a commodity to be traded and sold, passed from one master to another. The cage, which had once been the familiar, invisible boundary of my world, is now a solid, suffocating thing. Its bars are the expectations of my father, the laws of our society, my own ingrained fear. And now, the final lock is being put in place. I think of Lucaris, of his reckless grin and his wild, untamed spirit. I think of his offer, a dangerous, intoxicating promise of freedom. It had seemed like a madman's dream, an impossible fantasy. Now, it feels like the only breathable air in a world that is slowly, inexorably suffocating me. I am dying in this cage, one small, silent piece at a time. And I'm sure that is as terrifying as it is freeing, that I will not go to Lord John. I will not be sold. I find him in the forest, in a small, hidden clearing, where a stream trickles over moss-covered stones. He is not hiding. He is waiting for me. I know it with a certainty that has absolutely nothing to do with logic and everything to do with the strange, undeniable pull that exists between us. You need to leave, I say harshly. My father has patrols everywhere. They will find you. Let them, he says in a lazy purr. He is leaning against a tree, his arms crossed over his chest, the picture of arrogant indifference. I'm growing bored of this game of hide-and-seek. This is not a game, I snap, my voice rising with a frantic, desperate energy. He will kill you. And you, little hound? He asks, his amber eyes boring into mine. What will he do to you? That is none of your concern, I say, my pride a fragile, tattered shield. You need to stop this. Stop appearing. Stop tormenting me. Your offers of escape, they are a cruel, false hope, a game you are playing for your own amusement. He pushes off the tree, his movements a fluid, predatory grace. He listens to my tirade with an unusual seriousness, his gaze never leaving my face. He lets me vent my fear, my anger, my despair, and when I am finally done, the silence that falls between us is a heavy, expectant thing. Why is it a false hope, Sabin? He asks, voice quiet and serious, stripped of all mockery. Because I can't, I cry in pure, unadulterated frustration. I begin to pace the small clearing, my hands clenched into fists. I have a duty to my father. He raised me. He is all I have. He is your jailer, Lucaris counters, his voice a low growl. I am not a warrior like you, I continue, ignoring him. The words a torrent of all the reasons, all the excuses I have been telling myself for years. I wouldn't survive a single day out there alone. I am not brave enough. I am not strong enough. You are all of those things, he says, voice sounding so fierce and compelling that it stops my frantic pacing. You just refuse to see it. He takes a step toward me, his amber eyes glowing with a fire that seems to burn away all my carefully constructed lies. Your duty is a chain, your fear is a cage, your practicality is a prison of your own making. He stands before me, so close I feel the heat radiating from his body. You are not his property, Sabin. You are a wild thing, and you were not meant to be caged. He holds out his hand, a silent, powerful invitation. So I will ask you one last time. Come with me.
Chapter 19. Lucaris. My offer hovers in the air, a stark, simple choice, cage or freedom. Her reaction is not the grateful acceptance I expect, but a torrent of panicked resistance. Are you insane? She demands, her voice a mix of fear and fury. She begins to pace the small clearing, her movements agitated, a caged animal testing the bars of her own fear. Running with you isn't freedom, it's a death sentence! She gestures wildly at the dark, looming forest around us. My father knows these woods better than the back of his own hand. We'd be hunted. And what about the syndicate? The dark market patrols, we wouldn't last a day. I let her talk, letting her vent all the fears her father has so carefully cultivated in her. I wait patiently, my arms crossed, my expression unreadable. I know this isn't a real refusal. This is the death rattle of her old life, the final, desperate arguments of the caged bird who is terrified of the open sky. Each impossible she lists is just another bar in the cage she's trying to justify staying inside. This isn't a debate. It's an exorcism of her own demons. When she finally runs out of breath, her chest heaving, her eyes wide and desperate, I move. I close the distance between us, my voice a low, cutting thing. Is that all? I ask. Are you done listing all the reasons you're afraid? I see her flinch, but I don't stop. You're not afraid of the woods, Sabin. You're afraid of him. You're choosing this cage because it's familiar. I lean in closer, my voice dropping to a harsh, deliberate whisper, a poison meant to sting her pride into action. And that makes you a coward. The word hits her like a physical blow. Her head snaps up, her eyes blazing with a pure, righteous fury. Without a moment's hesitation, her hand flashes out and she slaps me, hard, across the face. The sound cracks in the quiet clearing like a whip, sharp and final. Her palm print is a hot, stinging brand on my cheek. And in that moment, seeing the fire in her eyes, I have never been more certain of my victory. The sting on my cheek is a surprise, but it's a welcome one. It's a sign of life, of the fire I knew was burning beneath her quiet, obedient surface. My head falls back as I laugh, a genuine booming sound that echoes through the trees. Her violence, her spirit, fills me with a strange, fierce pride. I grin at her, my cheek still tingling. There it is, I say, my voice full of a satisfaction that only seems to infuriate her more. That's the fire I was talking about. That slap proves you're not as tame as you pretend to be. I'm not an animal to be tamed, she hisses, her chest rising and falling rapidly. I take a step toward her and she instinctively takes a step back, her body a taut line of fury and a strange, undeniable arousal I can smell on her. No, I agree, my voice a low, seductive growl. You're not. Wild things don't belong in cages, little hound. She is on the edge. Her walls are crumbling. She needs one final push. I can see the war in her eyes, the desperate longing warring with a lifetime of ingrained fear. I refuse to let her choose the cage. Admit it, Sabin, I dare her, my voice a low, intimate challenge. You want this. You want freedom more than you want safety. I lean in again, my lips a breath away from hers, the heat between us a palpable thing. I see the real you, the one hiding beneath that obedient mask, the one who dreams of running. I leave no room for retreat, no space for lies. Prove you're brave enough to take it. I don't wait for an answer. I turn and melt back into the shadows of the forest, leaving her trembling in the clearing, my challenge hanging in the air like a drawn blade. The choice is hers now, and I know with a hunter's certainty which one she will make. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 20. Sabine. Sleep is a distant country I cannot reach. I toss in my rough bedroll, my body aching with a strange, unfamiliar restlessness. His challenge, his dare, replays in my mind, a constant looping refrain. Prove you're brave enough to take it. The words are a brand on my soul, a fire that has seared away the last of my quiet resignation. I close my eyes, and I am no longer in this dark, suffocating cabin. I am running. The forest floor is a blur beneath my feet, the moon a silver guide in the night sky. And he is there, beside me, his hand in mine, his laughter a wild, free sound that echoes through the trees. I see myself as he sees me, not a daughter, not a tool, but a wild thing, alive and untamed. The vision is so real, so vivid, that I can almost feel the wind in my hair, the exhilarating burn in my lungs. I wake with a gasp, my heart hammering against my ribs, the dream taste of freedom still on my tongue. The cabin is dark, silent save for the sound of my father's heavy breathing, and I am shaking with the sheer, terrifying force of how much I want it. I want that dream. I want that life. I want him. The harsh light of dawn brings with it the cold, hard voice of reason. I try to convince myself the dream was a foolish fantasy, a product of a restless night and a dangerously charismatic manticore. I list all the practical reasons to stay, the same reasons I have used my entire life to justify my own cage. I have a duty to my father, I whisper to myself as I stoke the morning fire. He is all I have. But the words ring hollow. The memory of his casual cruelty, of his plan to sell me like a broodmare, makes the concept of duty a bitter, choking thing. I wouldn't survive a day out there, I mutter, chopping vegetables for our morning stew. I'm not a warrior. But I remember the feel of Zephyr's dagger in my hand, the satisfying thud of it finding its mark. I am not a warrior, but I am a survivor. Every practical reason I can conjure is a lie, a bar in the cage I have helped to build for myself. And I realise, with more clarity that is as terrifying as it is liberating, that I am slowly, inexorably suffocating. My father is not just my captor, he is a poison, and this life is a slow, creeping death of the soul. That night, my last night, I am waiting. I am not even sure what I am waiting for, but I know I cannot sleep. I sit on my cot, my pack of meagre belongings at my feet, and I stare at the thin, translucent canvas of my window. And then he is there. A shadow among shadows, a ghost in the clearing. He does not call out. He does not need to. He simply stands there, a silent, powerful presence, and waits. I do not chase him away this time. I do not curse him or tell him to leave. We just stare at each other through the thin barrier of the cabin wall, a silent, charged communion. My heart is a frantic, wild thing in my chest, a bird beating its wings against the bars of its cage. This is it, the choice, the precipice, the moment that will define the rest of my life. I can stay in this cage, safe and known and slowly dying, or I can step out into the terrifying, unknown wilderness with a dangerous, unpredictable beast. The choice is mine. I move without a sound, my boots in my hand, my pack slung over my shoulder. I slip out of the cabin, a ghost in the night. My father snores a final, hateful lullaby. I do not look back. He is waiting for me in the clearing, by the ancient oak, the site of his own imprisonment. The moon is a high, cold witness in the sky. I stop a few feet from him, my body trembling with a mixture of fear and a wild, exhilarating hope. "You came," he says in a rough voice that sends a shiver down my spine. "You knew I would," I whisper. "I hoped," he corrects, his amber eyes burning into mine. There is a difference. He holds out his hand, the same silent invitation as before. This time I do not hesitate. I close the distance between us and place my small, trembling hand in his large, calloused one. His fingers close around mine, a warm, solid anchor in the terrifying, unknown sea I'm about to step into. "Fine," I say as an unshakable vow. "I'll go." He grins, a reckless, triumphant flash of white teeth in the darkness. And in that instant, as I stand on the precipice of a new life, a new self, I am more terrified than I have ever been, and more alive.
Chapter 21. Lucaris. Her hand is a small, cold thing in mine, but her grip is surprisingly firm. I lead her away from the clearing, away from the life she has always known, and into the deep, waiting darkness of the forest. The night is a black, oppressive blanket, but for me, it is a comfort. My manticore eyes see through the gloom as if it were day, every root and stone a clear and familiar obstacle. She stumbles often, unused to moving so quickly over such treacherous terrain, but she does not complain. Every time she falls, she gets back up, her jaw set with a grim determination that I am beginning to admire. "See that ridge?" I whisper, pausing for a moment to let her catch her breath. I point to a dark, jagged line against the star-dusted sky. "There are caves on the other side. We can rest there until morning." I point in another direction, toward a massive, gnarled oak that looks like a hunched giant in the darkness. That tree marks the beginning of the swamp. We avoid that, full of things that would swallow you whole and not even burp. "Charming," she mutters, her voice a little breathless. I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. She actually did it. The caged bird has flown. The thought is a wild, reckless thrill, a victory more satisfying than any hunt. Just as I was about to pull her deeper into the shadows, she stopped, holding up a hand. "Wait." Her voice was sharp. I turned, an impatient question in my eyes. "Look at these tracks." She pointed to a series of prints pressed deep into the mud. "They're manicore, but not yours. Far larger. And these broken branches." She touched a nearby sapling. The wood is twisted, splintered by some unnatural force. I crouched beside her, my own eyes narrowing. The tracks were indeed massive, the sign of a fully grown male in his prime. The damage to the tree was not from any beast. "A witch," I murmured. "A powerful one." We were not alone in these woods. "We should follow the stream," she says, her voice sharp and insistent. "It will lead us north, and it will cover our tracks." I shake my head, my mind racing with this new information. The stream is the most obvious path. Your father will expect it. We go through the high rocks. It's harder, but it's less predictable. "The high rocks are a bottleneck," she argues, her eyes flashing with a surprising fire in the darkness. "One patrol at the top, and we're trapped. And now we have another manticore and a witch to worry about." She looks at me, and I see not a frightened girl, but a skilled tracker, a hunter in her own right. "You're reckless. Your overconfidence is going to get us both killed." "My overconfidence is what got me out of your father's cage," I retort, though her logic is sound. "Twice. And it's what got you into it in the first place," she snaps back. I am momentarily stunned into silence. Then I laugh, a real, genuine laugh that echoes through the quiet woods. She is not just following me, she is challenging me, arguing with me, She's not a damsel to be rescued, but a partner in this desperate escape. The realization is a strange, exhilarating thing. Fine, I say, my grin widening. We'll take the stream. But if we run into a nest of shadow weavers, I'm feeding you to them first. The first haunting, baying cry of a hunter's hound echoes through the forest just as the sky begins to lighten in the east. They are on our trail. Already. I see Sabine's face go pale in the pre-dawn gloom, her hand instinctively going to the hilt of the small knife at her belt. The sound is a death knell, a promise of the life she has just left behind, a life that is now hunting her. He's fast, she whispers tightly. He's angry, I correct, my own senses on high alert. I can smell them now, the scent of dog, of man, of cold steel. They are close, too close. He's not just hunting a beast anymore. He's hunting a traitor. The word hangs in the air between us, ugly and undeniable. She flinches, but she does not break. She sets her jaw, and the fear in her eyes is forged into a hard, cold resolve. I see the woman she is becoming, a warrior being forged in the crucible of this desperate flight. We need to run, I command urgently. I know, she says, her gaze already scanning the terrain ahead, her mind working, planning. We run. The forest is a blur of greens and browns, the sounds of our pursuers a constant, terrifying chorus at our backs. Adrenaline sings in my veins, a familiar, intoxicating song. This is what I was born for. The thrill of the chase, the dance with death. But this is different. I'm not just running for myself. As we scramble up a steep, muddy embankment, I grab her hand, pulling her up after me. In the heat of the moment, fueled by the danger and the sheer, exhilarating thrill of our shared flight, the words are out before I can stop them. You're mine now, Sabine, I say, the words becoming a possessive, reckless claim. She wrenches her hand from my grasp, her chest heaving as she glares at me. I belong to no one, she snaps back, her voice a fierce, defiant thing. Especially not a reckless, arrogant beast who thinks this is all some grand game. Her fire, her defiance, even in the face of this desperate situation, is the most captivating thing I have ever seen. I throw my head back hard and laugh, a wild, free sound that is a challenge to the hunters, to her father, to the entire world. We'll see about that, little hound, I say, my amber eyes blazing with a promise that is both a threat and a vow. And as we turn and plunge deeper into the feral, unforgiving woods, I know that this is no longer just an escape. It is a hunt. And she is the only prize I have ever truly wanted.
Chapter 22. Sabine. Just before we reached the cliff face, our path was blocked by the hastily abandoned remains of a hunter camp. They had left in a hurry. What caught my eye were the bodies, 2 hunters, pinned to trees by thick, thorny vines that seemed to have erupted from the ground. A third lay nearby, his throat clearly torn out by manticore claws. Someone else is fighting them, Lucaris said, a low growl of approval in his voice. We found the cave a few hundred yards from there, a damp, dark hole in the side of a cliff, hidden behind a curtain of thick, hanging moss. It smells of wet stone and old earth. It is the safest I have felt in my entire life. We stumbled upon it after a day of frantic, desperate running, the sounds of my father's hunting horns, a constant, terrifying chorus at our backs. Lucaris had found it, his manticore senses leading us to this small, hidden sanctuary. Your reckless choices almost got us caught back there, I say, voice a sharp, accusing thing in the quiet of the cave. I am wringing out my wet tunic, my body still trembling with the aftershocks of our last narrow escape. A hunter's snare, one of my father's crueler designs, had nearly taken my foot off. Lucaris had yanked me free a second before the enchanted jaws snapped shut. My reckless choices are the only reason we're still alive, he retorts, his amber eyes glinting in the dim light. He is pacing the small space, a caged beast full of a restless, unspent energy. Your caution would have us both in chains by now, little hound. My caution is what kept me alive for 21 years in a house with a monster. I snap back, my hands clenching into fists. Something your arrogance wouldn't allow you to survive for a single day. The tension between us builds, a familiar, dangerous current of anger and a raw, undeniable attraction. We are two jagged, broken things, and all we seem to do is strike sparks off each other. You think I'm arrogant? He asks, growling dangerously. He stops his pacing and turns to face me, his presence filling the small cave, chasing away the shadows. You think I'm the one who's blind to what's standing in front of him? I think you're a fool, I say, my voice rising to meet his, my heart pounding against my ribs. You court death like a lover. You have no plan, no strategy. You are just chaos. And you are a cage, he counters, taking a step closer, his eyes blazing with a heat that makes my breath catch. A pretty, careful cage you've built for yourself out of fear. Tell me, Sabin, when are you going to stop hiding? I am not afraid, I hiss, stepping toward him, my chin lifted defiantly, though my body betrays me with a tremble. Don't you dare say that to me. No, he challenges, his voice dropping to a soft, mocking purr as he closes the distance between us. Then why are you trembling, little hound? Why is your heart racing like you're about to bolt? He is so close now that I can feel heat radiating from his body, smell the wild, musky scent of him. I get in his face, my own anger a shield against the confusing, traitorous desire he stirs in me. I am not afraid of you, I snap, my voice shaking with the effort to hold my ground. Good, he whispers, and then his mouth is on mine. It is not a gentle kiss. It is a collision, a rough, desperate claiming that is all teeth and fire. It is a continuation of our argument, a battle fought with lips and tongues instead of words. I meet his ferocity with my own, my hands tangling in his hair, pulling him closer, surrendering to the wild, reckless passion that has been simmering between us since the moment we met. Lucaris, I gasp against his lips, my voice a needy whimper as I press myself closer, my body aching for more.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
The cave is silent now, save for the sound of our own hearts, slowly returning to a normal rhythm. I'm terrified, I whisper into the darkness, the admission a raw, honest thing. I feel the rumble of his chuckle against my chest. Of me? He asks, his voice softer now, almost tender, as he brushes a strand of hair from my face. No, I say, voice a small, fragile thing. Of this. Of wanting this. Of wanting him. The unspoken words hang between us, a new and dangerous truth. He doesn't respond with his usual smug satisfaction. He just holds me, his hand stroking my hair, his touch surprisingly gentle. You're not alone in that, little hound, he murmurs, his voice low and serious. This fire, it's burning me too. I don't know what this is. This strange, volatile thing that has ignited between us. It is not love. It is not trust. It is a shared, reckless fire, and I have no idea if it will warm us or burn us both to ash.
Chapter 23. Lucaris. I wake to the unfamiliar sensation of warmth. For a moment, disoriented in the pre-dawn gloom of the cave, I think I am back in my cot in Osiris. But the air is damp and cold, the ground is hard beneath me, and the warmth is coming from the small, soft body curled against my side. Sabine. Her head is pillowed on my shoulder, her dark hair a silken tangle across my chest. Her breathing is a soft, even rhythm against my ribs. In sleep, the fierce, wary hunter is gone, replaced by a young woman who looks peaceful, almost innocent. The sight of her, so trusting in my arms, stirs a strange, unfamiliar ache in my chest. It is a mixture of a fierce, possessive satisfaction and a terrifying vulnerability. I have her, and now I have something to lose. You're a fool, Lucaris, I whispered to the silent cave, the words a harsh counterpoint to the gentleness of the moment. My brothers would call me a fool for this, for letting a human girl distract me from our mission, from our survival. But as I look at her, at the way the faint light from the cave mouth traces the delicate curve of her cheek, a fierce, protective instinct, stronger and more potent than any I have ever known, rises in my chest. She's not a distraction. She's the reason. And I will burn the world to the ground before I let anyone harm her. She wakes with a small, startled gasp, her gray-green eyes blinking in the dim light. She seems to realize where she is, who she is with, all at once, and a becoming blush creeps up her neck. Morning, little hound, I purr lazily. I can't resist teasing her, can't resist seeing that fire spark in her eyes. Sleep well in the beast's den. I slept fine, she says stiffly, as she tries to untangle herself from my arms. No thanks to you. You snore like a razorback snapper. Liar, I grin, not releasing her. I run a hand down her arm, my fingers tracing the line of a new scratch from our escape. You were purring like a kitten. I lean in, my lips brushing against her ear. My kitten? I am not yours, she snaps. But her body betrays her. She doesn't pull away. In fact, she leans into my touch almost imperceptibly. A silent surrender that sends a jolt of pure, triumphant heat through me. She is all sharp edges and prickly defenses, but I am beginning to learn the language of her body, and it is telling me a very different story. I finally let her go, and she scrambles to her feet, putting a safe distance between us. She busies herself with checking our meager supplies, her movements a little too brisk, a little too jerky. You were brave yesterday, I say, my voice quiet, serious. She freezes, her back to me. What? Yesterday? I repeat, pushing myself up to a sitting position. With the hunters. You didn't panic. You didn't scream. You just fought. I remember the look on her face when she'd faced down my recklessness, the fierce determination in her eyes as we ran. You're braver than you know, Sabine. She turns to face me, her expression one of stunned disbelief. She's so used to my mockery, my teasing, that my genuine sincerity seems to have short-circuited her defenses. For a moment, the sharp-tongued hunter is gone, and in her place is a young woman seeing herself through a new pair of eyes, and perhaps liking what she sees. It is a moment of pure, unguarded connection, a silent acknowledgement of the warrior I see in her and the man she's beginning to see in me. The moment passes and the familiar masks slide back into place. She gives me a curt, dismissive nod and turns back to her work, but the air between us has changed. It is charged with a new, fragile intimacy. Are you afraid? She asks later, her voice a quiet, almost casual thing as she offers me a piece of dried meat. Afraid? I scoff. The bravado is a familiar, comfortable cloak. I'm a manicore, little hound. We don't do fear. Liar, she says, her voice soft, but her gaze is sharp, perceptive. I see it in your eyes sometimes when you think I'm not looking. Her perception is a blade, stripping away my defenses. I look away, my gaze fixed on the flickering flames of the small fire she has built. I'm not afraid of them, I say. and the words are a rough, honest admission. The hunters. My father. I finally meet her gaze and let her see the truth, the vulnerability I've shown no one, not even my brothers. I'm afraid of losing you. She is stunned into silence, her gray-green eyes wide with shock and a dawning, wondrous understanding. Before I can lose my nerve, before I can take the words back, she closes the distance between us and brushes a soft, hesitant kiss against my lips. It is not a kiss of passion, but of a quiet, profound tenderness that steals the breath from my lungs. And in that half moment I am stunned by her gentleness. Stunned by the terrifying, exhilarating realization that this strange, brave, human girl is beginning to own my heart.
Chapter 24. Sabine. At last I feel a sense of purpose that really has nothing to do with running away. The initial terror of the hunt has faded, replaced by a grim, focused determination. This forest, once the boundary of my cage, is now the key to our survival, and I know its secrets. "Wait," I say, my hand shooting out to grab Lucaris's arm, stopping him mid-stride. He turns, an impatient question in his amber eyes. "Look." I point to the ground, at a series of tracks almost invisible to an untrained eye. Crag lurker, a big one. "Dinner?" he asks, a familiar, reckless grin touching his lips. "I'm starving." "Only if you want your last meal to be your own insides," I retort, my voice sharp. I crouch down, tracing the faint outline of a many-legged print in the damp earth. 10 legs, barbed, and its venom can paralyse a manticore in under a minute. My father lost his best hound to one a few years back. It was not a quick death. His grin fades, replaced by a new, grudging respect. "You know that just from a few scratches in the dirt?" "My father made me memorise the tracks of every predator in this forest," I explain, my voice flat. "He called it knowing the enemy. This is the first time it's felt like knowledge, not just a list of things that can kill you." I look up at him. "It's hunting this territory. We need to go around, to the east, through the Whisperwood." "The Whisperwood is a maze," he argues. "We could get lost for days." "And a crag lurker's den is a tomb," I counter. "I know the path. It will be slower, but it will be safer." He studies me for a long moment, his gaze intense. I see him weighing his own reckless instincts against my quiet, confident expertise. Finally, he gives a short, sharp nod. "All right, little hound," he says, and the name doesn't sound like an insult. "You lead the way." A strange, unfamiliar warmth spreads through my chest. It's pride. I am not just the baggage in this escape. I am a partner. I am a hunter. I feel the thrill of it, the power. We make camp that night in a small, defensible hollow between 2 massive moss-covered boulders. I build a small, smokeless fire, while Lucaris takes the first watch, prowling the perimeter of our small camp with a restless energy that makes my own nerves hum in sympathy. He keeps up a steady stream of his usual bravado, a running commentary of jokes and boasts. "Did you see the look on that hunter's face when I sent that boulder crashing down the ridge?" he asks, his grin a flash of white in the firelight. I think he wet his leathers. "I think you nearly brought the whole ridge down on top of us," I say dryly, stirring our meagre stew of roots and wild greens. "Details, details," he scoffs. "The point is, they're not following us anymore, not tonight." He is trying so hard to be the fearless warrior, the reckless rogue who laughs in the face of danger. But I see the cracks in his performance. I see the way his eyes constantly scan the darkness, the way his hand never strays far from the hilt of his blade. I see the tension in his shoulders, the exhaustion he's trying to hide behind his cocky grin. He's not just watching for my father. He's pushing himself, trying to seem infallible, a worthy protector. "You don't have to do that, you know," I say, my voice coming out quietly in the crackling silence. He turns, his amber eyes narrowed. Do what? Keep us from being eaten by whatever horrors crawl around these woods at night? No, I say, meeting his gaze. Pretend. The constant jokes, the fearless act. It's a performance. You're allowed to be tired, Lucaris. You're allowed to be worried. His defences slam into place, his expression hardening. It's not a performance. It's who I am. Someone has to be brave. There's a difference between being brave and being reckless to prove you're brave, I say, my voice gentle but firm. I will not back down. Not on this. You push yourself so hard, like you're trying to outrun something other than my father. You know nothing about me, he snarls, the words a familiar defence. But the barb lacks its usual heat. It is the weak growl of a beast that has been wounded. I have hit a nerve. The tension from our argument hangs in the air, thick and heavy. He is silent for a long time, his back to me as he stares out into the darkness, a solitary, brooding figure. I think I may have pushed too far, broken the fragile truce that has formed between us. I soften my approach, my voice a quiet, gentle thing. I just mean, you don't have to impress me, Lucaris. He looks over his shoulder, his expression a mixture of surprise and a raw, defensive vulnerability. I'm not trying to impress you. Aren't you? I ask, my voice barely a whisper. I see him now, not as the arrogant beast who taunted me in a cage, but as a young man carrying a heavy burden. You're the youngest of your brothers, aren't you? I've heard you talk about them, the leader, the strategist. You're the reckless one, the one who always has to prove he's just as strong, just as capable. He stares at me, his mask completely gone now, replaced by a look of stunned disbelief. It is as if I have just spoken aloud the deepest, most hidden truth of his soul. He is shaken that I could see through him so easily, so completely. I chose to come with you. I continue, my voice quiet but firm. Not because you're the strongest or the bravest manticore in the world. Not because I needed a hero to rescue me. I hold his gaze, letting him see the raw, unvarnished truth in my own. I chose you, the reckless, arrogant, infuriating beast who showed me that my cage had a door. I take a breath, my heart a slow, steady beat in my chest. Isn't that enough proof? The raw honesty of my words seems to disarm him completely. He looks at me as if he is seeing me for the first time, not as a human, not as a woman, but as a person who sees him, truly sees him. And I realise that maybe, just maybe, I understand a part of him that even his brothers, in their established roles and hierarchies, do not. The vulnerability lingers in his eyes, a raw, unguarded thing. He looks lost, like a boy who has been stripped of his only armour. A wave of pure, unadulterated tenderness, so different from the lust and anger that has defined our interactions so far, washes over me. I close the small distance between us, my movements slow, deliberate. I rise on my tiptoes and press a soft, gentle kiss to his lips. It is not a kiss of passion, but of comfort, of a quiet, profound acceptance. It is a kiss that says, I see you, all of you, and I am not afraid. As I pull back, I look into his wide, stunned amber eyes. You don't have to prove anything, I whisper, my hand coming up to cup his cheek, my thumb stroking the rough line of his jaw. Not to me. He is completely still, his body rigid with shock. He is used to fights, to challenges, to passion. He is not used to this quiet, unconditional acceptance. I can see the wonder in his eyes, the dawning of a new, terrifying emotion. This is the first time someone has valued him for who he is, not for the warrior he is trying so hard to be. Something shifts between us then, something deeper than the lust that has driven us so far. It is a fragile, terrifying and beautiful connection. A bond being forged not in the heat of passion, but in the quiet, steady fire of acceptance. And in that moment, I know that my life and his will never be the same.
Chapter 25. Lucaris. The fire is a small, bright island of warmth in the vast, dark sea of the forest. We sit close, sharing the last of our meager rations, the silence between us no longer hostile, but a comfortable, shared thing. Her acceptance of me, of my flaws, has disarmed me in a way no weapon ever could. The usual restlessness in my blood has settled into a low, steady hum, a current of pure, unadulterated want for the woman sitting across from me. She is captivating in the firelight, the flames dancing in her gray-green eyes, turning them to molten silver. The sharp, wary edges of the hunter's daughter have softened, replaced by a quiet, watchful strength. I want to see more. I want to see the woman she is when she is not running, not fighting, not surviving. Come here, I say, my voice a low, rough growl, thick with need. She looks at me, a question flickering in her eyes, but she does not argue. She rises and comes to me, her movements a little hesitant, a little shy, her vulnerability stirring something fierce and protective in my chest. I coax her into my lap, her back against my chest, my arms wrapping around her in a gesture that is both protective and possessive. She fits perfectly against me, as if she were made for this space, her body soft and yielding against my hard frame. "Lucaris," she murmurs, her voice soft, almost uncertain as she settles against me. "What are you doing?" "Taking care of you," I whisper against her ear, my lips brushing the sensitive skin there, making her shiver. "Let me, Sabine. Let me have you. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here."
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Mine, I murmur against her skin, the word a possessive, heartfelt claim. My mate. The word, spoken aloud for the first time, hangs in the air between us, heavy with meaning. I feel her stiffen for a fraction of a second, and a sudden, sharp fear, a vulnerability I have never known, pierces through the haze of my desire. I've gone too far. I've claimed something she is not ready to give. I try to take it back, to soften the blow with my usual, careless bravado. "Just a word," I say, my voice a little too loud, a little too forced as I laugh it off. A manticore thing means you're my favorite human. But it's a lie, and she knows it. She can hear the truth beneath my casual, clumsy attempt at a joke. She pulls back, her gray-green eyes searching my face in the firelight, and I know that she has seen the raw, unguarded truth in my own. She has seen the beast and his claim. She doesn't run. She doesn't flinch. She just holds my gaze, her own expression a mixture of awe and a fierce, terrifying resolve. "Then don't lose me," she whispers back, her voice a quiet, unshakable promise. It is not a plea. It is a command, a challenge, an acceptance. The words are a brand on my soul, a vow that binds me to her more surely than any chain. I will not lose her. I will not fail her. I will protect her with my life, with my last breath. Never, I promise, my voice a raw, reckless thing, full of a sincerity that is both terrifying and exhilarating. We are both pretending that this is a lighter, simpler thing than it is. We are two wild, reckless creatures, playing with a fire that could consume us both. But in this moment, as we come together again, our bodies locked in a slow, deep, and profoundly intimate dance, I know that the bond between us has been forged. Whether we acknowledge it or not, whether we are ready for it or not, we are no longer just two runaways. We are a beginning.
Chapter 26. Sabine. The baying of the hounds wakes me from a restless sleep. It's closer now, a chorus of hungry, eager cries that echo through the pre-dawn gloom. My heart gives a hard, painful lurch in my chest. They are gaining on us. They're here, I whisper raggedly, the sound filling the small cave. Beside me, Lucaris is already awake, his body a tense, coiled spring. He is on his feet in an instant, his amber eyes glimmering with a familiar, reckless fire. "Let them come," he growls, his voice a dangerous thing. "I'm tired of running." "Don't be a fool," I snap, my own fear making my voice sharp. "There are too many of them. We can't fight our way out of this." "We can't outrun them either," he counters, his gaze fixed on the entrance to the cave. "Your father is a better tracker than you give him credit for." The fear, a cold, sharp thing, claws at my throat, but I push it down. Panic is a luxury we cannot afford. I force myself to think, to be the hunter my father trained me to be. Survival is a puzzle, and I just need to find the right pieces. We don't have to outrun them forever, I say. We just have to outsmart them. I pull my small pack of gear toward me, my mind racing. "Your arrogance is a liability," I say, my voice sharp and commanding. "But your strength is an asset. We need to use it, wisely." "What are you suggesting, little hound?" he asks, a hint of his usual mockery in his voice, but his eyes are serious, attentive. "I'm suggesting you listen to me for once in your reckless life," I retort. I pull out a spool of thin, almost invisible wire and a series of small, wicked-looking barbs. My father favours snares with magical triggers. The wards are complex, but the physical mechanism is always the same. A pressure plate, a tripwire. I show him how to identify the subtle signs of a disturbed patch of earth, the almost invisible shimmer of a magical ward in the air. "The wards are the key," I explain, my voice a low, urgent thing. "They are powered by a small, contained core of magical energy. If you can disrupt the core, the entire trap collapses." I show him the precise point on one of his own discarded shackles where a sharp, percussive blow will shatter the ward. He listens with a focused intensity I have never seen in him before, his amber eyes sharp with a quick, predatory intelligence. He learns quickly, his movements economical and precise as he mimics my own. For the first time, we are not just two fugitives running for our lives. We are a team. For the next hour, we work in a grim, silent partnership. We don't run, we prepare for war. I lead him through the treacherous terrain around our cave, my hunter's eyes spotting the subtle signs of my father's handiwork. "There," I whisper, pointing to a patch of leaves that is just a little too perfectly arranged. "A pit trap. The bottom is lined with sharpened stakes." "Charming," Lucaris mutters. "We don't just avoid the traps, we turn them. Using the skills my father so painstakingly taught me, I show Lucaris how to disarm the triggers, how to reroute the magical wards, how to turn a hunter's snare into a death trap for the hunters themselves. We work together, my knowledge and his strength a potent, deadly combination. He moves the heavy logs for a deadfall. I rig the tripwire. I show him how to weaken the support of a snare net. He uses his manticore strength to hoist it into a new, more strategic position. A fierce, dark satisfaction builds in my chest with every trap we turn. I am no longer the prey. I am the hunter. And I am using my father's own cruel methods against him. The thought is a liberating, intoxicating thing. I am not just surviving, I am fighting back. We move through the forest like two halves of the same creature, a synchronized dance of purpose and survival. His wild, reckless energy is tempered by my cautious, calculated knowledge. My fear is bolstered by his unwavering, arrogant courage. I cover his blind spots, and he covers mine. His raw power and my intricate knowledge, his feral instincts and my hunter's cunning, they are a perfect, deadly match. As the sun rises, casting long golden fingers of light through the canopy, we set our final trap. We stand for a moment in the quiet of the forest, the sounds of the approaching hunt a distant, menacing drumbeat. He looks at me, and the usual mockery in his eyes is gone, replaced by a raw, unguarded admiration. "You're a natural at this," he says gruffly. "I had a good teacher," I say, the words a bitter, ironic truth. My heart is racing, but for the first time, it is not just from fear. It is from the thrill of belonging, of being a part of something larger than myself. I am not merely a girl running from her father. I am a warrior, standing beside her partner, ready to face the enemy. And as I meet Lucaris's fierce amber gaze, I know that I am no longer alone. We are a team, and we are ready.
Chapter 27. Lucaris. The skirmish is a blur of motion and pain. I am a whirlwind of claws and fury, reveling in the chaos of battle. I am faster than these human hunters, stronger, more alive. I dispatch one with a clean, efficient swipe of my claws, my laughter a wild, reckless sound in the cacophony of the fight. I am showing off for her, I realize. I want her to see the beast, the magnificent, invincible predator she has chosen to run with. And in that moment of arrogant pride, I make a mistake. I leave myself open. A crossbow bolt fired from the shadows slams into my shoulder, a searing, white-hot agony that steals my breath and sends a jolt of shock through my entire body. I stumble, a roar of pain and fury ripping from my throat. Before I can recover, another hunter rushes in, his short sword a flash of silver in the dappled sunlight. I take the blade deep in my ribs, the steel a cold, violating thing against my flesh before I can react and tear his throat out. Damn it, I curse, my voice a ragged gasp as I clutch at the wound in my side. Adrenaline is afire in my veins, masking the worst of the pain, but I know I am badly wounded. I am a liability. The thought is a fresh wave of agony, more potent than any physical wound. I have failed her. Lucaris! Sabine's voice cuts through the haze of my pain, a sharp, clear command. She is there, a small, fierce thing in the chaos, her face a mask of grim, focused determination. We have to move. Now. She grabs my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, and begins to half-drag, half-support me toward the relative safety of a dense thicket of ferns. I grit my teeth against the pain, my bravado stripped away, leaving only a raw, throbbing vulnerability. I have not just failed myself. I have failed her. She gets me to a small, hidden hollow, a tiny sanctuary in the midst of the hostile forest, and forces me to sit. Her face is pale beneath a smear of dirt, but her hands are steady, her movements efficient. Hold still, she commands, her voice sharp, as she rips a strip of cloth from the hem of her own tunic. This is going to hurt. I try for a joke, a familiar defense mechanism to mask the fear that is a cold, coiling thing in my gut. Is this your grand plan? I gasp, a weak grin stretching my lips. Get me wounded, so you can have your wicked way with me? My jest falls flat. She doesn't even seem to hear me. Her gray-green eyes are dark with a genuine fear as she works, her hands gentle but efficient as she cleans the wounds. I watch her, this strange, fierce human who is so much stronger than I ever gave her credit for. She's not a damsel in distress. She's a warrior in her own right, and in this moment she is my savior. She has not panicked. She has not run. She has taken control. You're a natural at this, I say roughly. My father insisted I learn to stitch a wound as well as I can set a snare, she says, her voice emotionless. He said it was practical. The bitterness in her voice is a sharp, painful thing. I see the ghosts of 100 other wounds, 100 other cruel lessons, in the focused, almost brutal efficiency of her movements. She's not just tending to my injuries. She's fighting back against a lifetime of his cruelty, one careful stitch at a time. The pain and her quiet, focused care strips away the last of my usual defenses. My bravado feels hollow, childish, in the face of her grim competence. For the first time, I allow myself to be vulnerable with her, to let her see the man beneath the beast. She finishes binding my wounds, her touch lingering on my arm longer than necessary. "You need to be more careful," she whispers, voice angry and concerned. I can't lose you." The quiet confession hangs, fragile, terrifying thing. And in the face of her raw honesty, I find myself admitting the truth, the insecurity that drives my recklessness. "I'm not like them," I say gruffly. "My brothers, the leader, the strategist, they're all so sure of their place, their worth." I look away, unable to meet her gaze as I voice the deepest, most hidden fear of my heart. "I'm just the youngest, the one who messes up. I have to prove I'm not just a liability." I've never said these words to anyone, not even to myself, and the admission feels like I've just handed her a piece of my soul. She doesn't mock me. She doesn't offer empty platitudes. She just looks at me, her gray-green eyes full of a deep, unwavering understanding. She sees me, the real me, beneath the layers of arrogance and recklessness. "You have nothing to prove," she whispers, her voice a fierce, quiet promise. She leans in, her hand coming up to cup my cheek, her touch a soft, grounding presence in a world of pain. "Not to them, and especially not to me." She holds my gaze, letting me see the raw, honest truth in her own. "You're not a liability, Lucaris. You're the reason I am free." I am stunned by her complete and utter acceptance, by her love. She has not just seen my flaws, she has embraced them. It is the first time anyone has ever chosen me, not for the hero I pretend to be, but for the flawed, reckless man I am. And as she leans in and brushes a soft, gentle kiss against my lips, I know that I have found something far more valuable than my brother's approval. I have found my mate, and I will not let her go.
Chapter 28. Sabine. The abandoned Hunter's Lodge is a small, dilapidated miracle. We stumble upon it at dusk, a crumbling stone and timber structure slowly being reclaimed by the forest. It is decrepit, the roof sagging, the single window a dark, gaping maw, but it is shelter. And after days of running, of sleeping in damp caves and hollow logs, it feels like a palace. While Lucaris, his movements still stiff and pained from his wounds, secures the perimeter, I work to make the space habitable. I sweep the floor with a branch, clear the hearth of old leaves and debris, and use the last of our tinder to coax a small, struggling flame to life. The fire catches, its warm orange light chasing away the gloom, and at last a sense of peace settles over me. He returns as I am laying out our meagre bedrolls, his presence filling the small space. He watches me for a moment, his amber eyes soft in the firelight. "You've made it a home," he says roughly. "It's just a ruin," I say, but my heart gives a small, traitorous flutter. He is right. In this small, forgotten corner of the world, with a fire in the hearth and a wounded manticore at my back, I feel more at home than I ever have in my father's cabin. For the first time, I allow myself to imagine a future that is not defined by running. A future where we are not just fugitives, but partners. A future where we might build a life, not just survive one. Later, as he sleeps, I find myself staring into the flames, my mind a whirlwind of impossible dreams. I picture a life beyond this forest, beyond the reach of my father and his cruel world. A life without cages, without chains, without the constant suffocating weight of duty and fear. I try to imagine what that life would look like. Would we find his brothers? Would we return to his home, this magical island of Osiris he has spoken of with such a fierce, desperate longing. What would I do there? A hunter's daughter in a land of mythical beasts. I would be an outcast, a stranger, a creature as out of place as he was in my father's snare. But then, I think of a life where I am not just a hunter's daughter. A life where I can choose who I want to be. I could be a healer, my knowledge of the forest's herbs a gift, not just a tool for survival. I could be a scholar, a traveller, a woman who charts her own course, who defines her own worth. What are you thinking about so hard, little hound? Lucaris's voice, thick with sleep, startles me from my reverie. Nothing, I say, a reflexive lie. But he is watching me, his amber eyes soft and questioning in the firelight. I finally find myself wanting to share the fragile, secret dreams I have guarded my whole life. I was just thinking about who I want to be when this is all over. He pushes himself up on one elbow, his attention fully on me now. And who is that? He asks, his voice a low, gentle thing, stripped of all mockery. The question is a key, unlocking a door I have kept barred my entire life. And the words, the dreams, the desperate secret longings come pouring out of me. I don't want to be a hunter's daughter anymore, I say, my voice dropping to a fierce, quiet whisper. I don't want my life to be defined by his cruelty, his greed. I want to be someone else, someone who heals, not hurts, someone who builds, not breaks. I look at him, my heart a raw, open thing. I want to choose who I become. He is silent for a long moment, his gaze so intense it feels like he is looking straight into my soul. I expect him to laugh, to mock my childish, impossible dreams. But he doesn't. A slow, lazy grin spreads across his face, a thing of pure, unadulterated beauty in the firelight. Good, he purrs. I was getting tired of the hunter's daughter. He reaches out, his hand tangling in my hair, his thumb stroking the line of my jaw. I much prefer my wild thing. The name, his name for me, is a brand on my soul, a claiming that has very little to do with possession and everything to do with acceptance. He does not see me as a broken, fragile thing. He sees me as I want to be seen, wild, free, strong. And I realize with stunning clarity that I am falling in love with this reckless, arrogant, beautiful beast. The realization is a spark that ignites a firestorm. I surge forward, my mouth capturing his in a kiss that is no longer just about passion, but about a deep, aching gratitude. I pour all my hopes, all my dreams, all the terrifying, exhilarating promise of this new life into it. I am kissing him not just as a lover, but as my saviour, my partner, my future. He responds with a matching intensity, his arms wrapping around me, pulling me flush against his warm, hard body. His kiss is a promise, a vow. We are not just two fugitives, clinging to each other in the darkness. We are building a new world together. One kiss, one touch, one shared dream at a time. As we break apart, breathless and aching, the future no longer feels like a distant, impossible dream. It feels real. It feels possible. It feels like him. And at last, I am not afraid.
Chapter 29. Lucaris. The baying of the hounds is closer now, a constant, menacing chorus that signals the end of our brief respite. They have found us. The hunters are closing in on the lodge, their dogs sniffing out our trail, their weapons ready. They're here, Sabin says, voice a low, steady thing that belies the fear I can see in her eyes. I know, I say, my own body a coiled spring of readiness. Stay here, bar the door, I will lead them away. No, she says fiercely. She's already checking the tension on her crossbow, her movements economical and precise. I am not hiding while you fight my battles for me, Lucaris. This is not a debate, Sabine, I snarl, my protective instincts warring with her stubborn pride. You are not a warrior. They will kill you. And you are not invincible, she retorts, her gray-green eyes blazing with a fire that matches my own. You are still wounded. You need me. I need you safe, I argue, my voice a low, desperate thing. And I need you alive, she shoots back. A hunting horn, closer now, cuts through the tension, a final mournful call to battle. There is no more time for arguments. The hunt is over. The fight is here. She moves with a grim, focused determination that sends a jolt of pure, unadulterated pride through me. She is no longer the frightened, hesitant girl I first met in a cage. She is a warrior, preparing for battle. She grabs her small pack of gear, her hand steady as she checks her supply of crossbow bolts, as she secures the hilt of her dagger. Her face, illuminated by the firelight, is a mask of cold, hard resolve. There is no trace of the obedient daughter, of the pampered pet, left in her. She has been forged in the crucible of our flight, and she has emerged as something new, something strong, something wholly her own. I am both proud and terrified, proud of the woman she has become, of the strength I have seen in her, and terrified that I have led her to this, to a battle she may not survive. I've unleashed the wild thing within her, and now I must pray that it is enough to keep her alive. She is magnificent, and she is mine to protect. We move together in the small, cramped space of the cabin, a silent, synchronized dance of preparation. There is no need for words. We know what must be done. I help her barricade the flimsy wooden door with the heavy, rough-hewn table. She shows me the weak points in the cabin walls, the places where a determined hunter could break through. We work as a team, our movements efficient, our minds in perfect sync. She moves to the single gaping window, setting a series of small, wicked-looking snares along the sill, her hunter's knowledge a potent, deadly weapon. I take my position by the door, my claws extending, my body thrumming with the familiar, exhilarating promise of violence. The baying of the hounds is just outside now, a frantic, bloodthirsty chorus. We can hear the shouts of the hunters, the crackle of their torches as they surround our small sanctuary. We are trapped, outnumbered, but we are not beaten. I look at her, a silent question in my eyes. She meets my gaze, her own full of a fierce, unwavering resolve. She gives me a single sharp nod. We are ready. I cross the small space between us and kiss her, a hard, desperate claiming that is both a promise and a goodbye. I pull back, my hand lingering on her cheek for a moment longer than necessary. "Stay behind me," I growl. "I will be at your side," she corrects, her voice a fierce, unyielding promise. The first heavy thud of an axe against the cabin door echoes in the small space. The fight has begun. My head falls back and I let out a roar, a challenge to the hunters, to her father, to the entire world. "Let's give them hell," I snarl, a wild, reckless grin brightening my face. She grins back, and in her eyes, I see not fear, but the reflection of my own fire. "I thought you'd never ask," she says. We face the door together, two wild things, two partners, ready to fight for our freedom, for our future, for each other. And in that moment, as the door begins to splinter, I know that I would rather die here, at her side, than live 1,000 years without her.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 30. Sabine. The silence in the crumbling lodge is a living thing, a heavy blanket that smothers all sound. The forest outside, usually a symphony of nocturnal life, seems to be holding its breath. We are the eye of the storm, a small pocket of stillness before the inevitable chaos. I sit by the fire, the metallic scent of sharpened steel thick in the air, my heart a slow, heavy drum in my chest. I am terrified. But it is a clean, sharp fear, entirely different from the helpless dread I used to feel in my father's presence. This fear is a whetstone, honing my senses to a razor's edge. Every bruise on my body is a lesson learned, every ache a reminder of the price of freedom. The heavy thud of an axe biting into the wood of the cabin door is the first note in the symphony of our battle. The hunters have arrived. Lucaris is on his feet in an instant, a low growl rumbling in his chest. But I am already moving, my mind clear and cold. "The window," I say, my voice becoming a sharp, commanding thing. "They'll try to flank us." As if my words have summoned them, a hulking shape appears in the window frame, a hunter silhouetted against the dark woods. I don't hesitate. I trigger the snare I set earlier, and a weighted net, studded with sharpened bone, drops from the rafters, enveloping the man with a satisfying thud and a scream of pain. The battle has begun. I realise I am not the prey. The hunters crash through the splintered door and the broken window, their weapons drawn, their faces grim masks of professional cruelty. But we are ready. The counter-traps I set spring to life, evening the odds. A tripwire sends one man sprawling into the fire, his screams a horrifying, welcome distraction. Another is caught in a leg-hold snare, his howls of agony a beautiful, chaotic sound. The battle becomes a swirling, desperate melee in the small, enclosed space. "Got you, bastard!" Lucaris snarls as he lunges at the nearest hunter, his claws raking across the man's arm. The hunter cries out, dropping his sword, but Lucaris doesn't let up. "You think you can cage us? Come on, try it!" I am no longer a girl cowering in the shadows. I am part of the fight. I use my crossbow not as a primary weapon, but as a tool of disruption, firing bolts at knees and shoulders, forcing the hunters to break their formations, to lose their focus. "Watch your left, Sabine!" Lucaris shouts over the clash of steel, his voice a feral bark amid the chaos. "I see him," I snap back, loosing a bolt that thuds into a hunter's thigh. The man crumples with a grunt, clutching his leg. "Keep pushing them toward the fire. They're bunching up." When one gets too close, my dagger is a flash of silver in the firelight, a quick, desperate strike to an exposed thigh, a sharp jab to a wrist. I am not killing them. Not yet. I am wounding them, slowing them, creating openings for the true predator in this room. "Pathetic!" Lucaris laughs, a wild, mocking sound as he disarms another hunter with a swift slash. "Is this the best your master can send? Sabine, behind you." I whirl, dagger raised, and drive it into the attacker's forearm. He howls, staggering back. "Thanks," I gasp, my breath coming in short bursts. "They're getting sloppy. Use it." Lucaris is a whirlwind of feral grace. He moves like a dancer in a storm of steel, his claws and his stolen blade a blur of motion. He is magnificent, deadly. He is the beast I first saw, but now he is my beast. We move like two halves of the same creature, a synchronized dance of death. He is the raw, untamed power. I am the quiet, calculating precision. I see an opening, a hunter turning to face him, his back to me, and I shout, "Lucaris, left!" He reacts instantly, spinning to meet the new threat, his claws tearing through leather and flesh. He covers my blind spots, and I cover his. We are a team, a partnership forged in the crucible of this desperate, bloody fight. But for every hunter we take down, 2 more seem to take his place. My father's network is larger, more extensive than I ever could have imagined. They pour into the small cabin. Their numbers a relentless, suffocating tide. The space, which had at first been an advantage, a bottleneck, now becomes a trap. There is nowhere to run, nowhere to maneuver. "There are too many of them," I shout over the din of battle, my voice a ragged thing. "Hurry this up." One of the hunters roared at his companion as they pushed through the door. "The boss wants this handled before that giant manticore and the Perna witch double back on us." My heart freezes for a second, but there's no time to think. "We can't hold here," I scream. "Then we make a new door," Lucaris roars back, his amber eyes blazing with reckless fire. "Stay close to me, Sabin. We're not done yet." With a surge of pure manticore strength, he hurls one of the hunters through the crumbling back wall of the lodge, sending a shower of rotted wood and stone into the night. We scramble through the opening, back into the familiar, treacherous darkness of the forest. But there is no escape. They are all around us, their torches a ring of fire in the darkness, closing in on us like a noose. We are forced back, our backs to the edge of a steep, rocky cliff. The situation is desperate. We are trapped, outnumbered, and our luck is running out. Lucaris stands in front of me, his body a shield, his breathing a harsh, ragged sound in the sudden, tense silence as the hunters form a semicircle around us. This is the end. "You've got nowhere left to run, beast," one of the lead hunters sneers, his sword glinting in the torchlight. "And the girl? She's coming back with us. Traitor or not, the boss wants her alive." Instead of another snarl, Lucaris did something else. He filled his lungs, his whole body tensing, and let out a roar. It wasn't just a sound of fury, but a challenge, a sound of pure manticore dominance meant to echo for miles. A call to any kin who might hear. A final desperate cry into the darkness. The lead hunter laughs, a cold, mocking sound. Big words from a scared little girl, and loud noises from a trapped animal. Let's see how long they last. From the deepest shadows of the forest, a new sound emerges, a sound that is not human, not hound. It is a roar, a massive echoing roar of pure, untamed fury that is both terrifying and achingly familiar to the man standing in front of me. It is an answer. The hunters spin, their faces a mixture of confusion and alarm, as a massive shape crashes through the trees and into their ranks. It is a manticore, larger than any I have ever seen, a magnificent beast of tawny fur and raw, devastating power. He tears through the hunters with a brutal efficiency that makes Lucaris's own fighting look like child's play. "What in the hells?" a hunter stammers, before the manticore's claws silence him forever. And then another figure emerges from the shadows, moving with a grace that is not quite human. It is a woman, her dark hair a wild mane around her face, her hands glowing with a strange green light. She chants, her voice a low, melodic thing, and the very forest seems to come to her aid. Vines erupt from the ground, snaking around the legs of the hunters, pulling them down. Snares, my father's own cruel designs, snap back on their masters, their enchanted jaws finding new, unexpected prey. "Take them down," the woman commands, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "Don't let them regroup." "Korvac," Lucaris breathes, his voice a mixture of shock and a dawning, incredulous joy. "Brother, is that really you?" The massive manticore shifts slightly, his bronze-gold eyes locking onto Lucaris with a mix of relief and fierce pride. "Who else would drag you out of trouble, little brother?" Korvac rumbles, his voice deep and resonant even amid the battle. "We've been hunting you for months, now fight!" His brother has found him. We are no longer 2 against an army. Reinforcements have arrived, and the tide of this battle is about to turn.
Chapter 31. Lucaris! The hunter's blade scrapes against my own, the shriek of steel a jarring note in the chaos of the fight. We are losing. I can feel it in the burning ache of my muscles, in the desperate shallow gasps of my breath. For every hunter we take down, 2 more seem to emerge from the shadows, their faces grim masks of professional cruelty. I glance at Sabine, see the pale, determined set of her jaw, the fear she is trying so hard to hide. We are backed against a cliff, our small sanctuary a distant, impossible dream. This is it. This is the end. And then I hear it, a roar. A massive, echoing roar of pure, untamed fury that is not a sound of this forest. It is a sound of my home. It is the sound of my blood. The hunters spin, their faces a mixture of confusion and alarm, as a massive shape crashes through the trees and into their ranks. It is a manticore, larger and more powerful than any I have ever seen. A magnificent beast of tawny fur and raw, devastating power. He tears through the hunters with a brutal efficiency that makes my own fighting look like child's play, his claws and his venomous tail a whirlwind of death. For a moment I am stunned into inaction, and then a grin, wide and fierce, and full of a wild, incredulous joy, spreads across my face. Korvac, I breathe, the name of prayer, a victory cry. My brother has found me. The weariness, the despair, it all evaporates, replaced by a surge of pure, unadulterated strength. I am not alone. And as I leap back into the fray, my own claws extended, my own roar a joyful answer to his, I know that we are no longer just fighting for survival. We are fighting for our family. Just as I am marveling at the sheer beautiful brutality of my brother's fighting, another figure emerges from the shadows, moving with a grace that is not quite human. It is a woman, her dark hair, a wild mane around her face, her green gold eyes glowing with a strange, otherworldly light. She is human, but she is more. By the Triad, Sabine whispers beside me, her voice a mixture of awe and terror. What is she? The strange woman does not speak. She simply raises her hands, and the very forest seems to come to her aid. The hunter's own snares, the cruel, magical traps they had set for us, turn on them. Vines erupt from the ground, snaking around their legs, pulling them down. The air crackles with a green, vibrant energy, and the hunters who are not being torn apart by my brother are being consumed by the forest itself. Her power is a terrifying, beautiful thing, a force of nature that is both creative and destructive. She is a witch, a sorceress of a kind I have never seen before. She is not a hunter, but a force of the wild itself. And she is on our side. Sabine stares in amazement, her own crossbow forgotten in her hands. She's a witch, she breathes, the word a reverent, fearful thing. She's a miracle, I correct, my voice full of a giddy, reckless joy. We're no longer just 2 runaways against the world. We are an army. The combined assault of a furious manticore and a powerful witch is too much for the hunters. Their formation breaks. Their discipline shatters into a panicked, disorganized retreat. It is a brief pause in the battle, a moment to breathe in the chaos. Korvac, his tawny fur matted with blood, shifts back to his humanoid form, his massive, imposing presence no less intimidating. Lucaris, he says, his voice rumbling gruffly, but his bronze-gold eyes are full of a deep, profound relief. I told you we would find each other, little brother. It took you long enough to get into a mess I could track. I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost, I retort, my grin so wide it feels like it might split my face. We clap each other on the shoulder, a rough, heartfelt gesture of reunion that is worth more than 1,000 words. He gestures to the woman who now stands beside him, her green gold eyes wary, watchful. This is Diana, he says, his voice softening almost imperceptibly. We met in Prash, and this is Sabine, I say, pulling her forward, my hand a possessive, protective weight on her shoulder. She's with me. The words, spoken aloud, are a claim, a vow. We've been searching for any sign of our brother since the shipwreck, Korvac explains, his gaze sweeping the perimeter, ever the vigilant leader. We heard rumors from a trader about a hunter in Roch who'd captured a manticore. We decided it was worth investigating. Well, I say, my grin turning feral. The investigation is over. The party is just getting started. The hunters, seeing that we are not the easy prey they had imagined, regroup at the edge of the clearing, their numbers still formidable. But the fear is gone, replaced by a cold, hard certainty. We will win this. We form a defensive circle, a small, unlikely family of warriors. Korvac is the shield, his massive frame an unbreakable wall of muscle and will. Diana is the artillery, her hands already glowing with the green, vibrant light of her Porna magic. And Sabin and I, we are the fast-moving strikers, the blades that will cut through the heart of our enemy. I fight with a new confidence, a new purpose. Having my older brother at my back, his strength a steady, grounding presence, tempers my usual recklessness with a new sense of focus. I'm not just showing off anymore, I'm fighting as part of a unit. And Sabin, she is magnificent. She and Diana find a strange, deadly synergy, a perfect blend of magical and mundane warfare. Their left flank is overextended, Sabin shouts, her hunter's eyes spotting a weakness in their formation. And Diana responds instantly, sending a wave of grasping vines to trip and entangle the exposed hunters, creating an opening for Korvac's devastating charge. The tide of the battle has not just turned. It is a tidal wave, and we are at its crest.
Chapter 32. Sabin. Just as a fragile sense of victory begins to settle in my heart, a new sound cuts through the chaos of the battle. A hunting horn, deep and resonant, echoes from the north, answered by another from the west. My blood runs cold. It's a signal. He has more men. What is that? Diana asks, her head snapping up, her own magic a shimmering green aura around her hands. Reinforcements, I say grimly. My father doesn't hunt alone. He has a network, a syndicate of other hunters who share in his profits. I look at Lucaris, at Korvac, at this strange, powerful witch who has come to our aid. He knew you were coming. He was prepared for you. Prepared for us? Lucaris snarls, his amber eyes flashing as he slices through a hunter's leather armour. Let him try. We'll tear his network apart. As if summoned by the horns, new figures begin to emerge from the deep shadows of the forest. They are not just human hunters. My father has delved into the dark markets for his allies. A hulking beast with the body of a bear and the head of a boar crashes through the undergrowth, its tusks long and yellowed. A pair of lithe, shadowy creatures with too many limbs and glowing red eyes slink from the trees, their movements silent and predatory. The battle, which had seemed almost won, has just become a supernatural free-for-all. And I realise, with a dawning, sickening horror, the true depth of my father's cruelty, the extent of the dark world he inhabits. Gods below, Korvac growls, his bronze-gold eyes narrowing as the boar beast charges. What kind of monster does your father deal with, Sabin? The kind who'd sell his own daughter for coin. I spit back, my voice shaking with fury. Stay sharp. They're not human. In the face of this new, monstrous onslaught, I feel a flicker of the old, familiar helplessness. I am just a girl with a knife and a crossbow, facing creatures that have crawled from the darkest nightmares. Stay behind me, Sabin! Lucaris snarls, his own body shifting, his claws extending, his amber eyes simmering with a feral, protective light. These things won't touch you. I'm not hiding, I snap, loading a bolt into my crossbow with a practiced flick. I know how to fight, Lucaris. Don't you dare treat me like a damsel. He grins, a quick, reckless flash of teeth. Wouldn't dream of it, wild thing. Just keep up. But then I see Korvac. He does not roar. He does not posture. He simply moves, a force of pure, controlled violence. He meets the charge of the boar beast not with brute strength, but with a warrior's grace, his movements economical, precise, deadly. He is not a beast, thrashing in a cage. He is a master, and this forest is his arena. "Take its legs," Korvac bellows to Lucaris, his voice steady even as he dodges a swipe of those deadly tusks. "It's top-heavy. Bring it down." And Diana, she is something else entirely. She does not fight the monsters. She fights the forest itself. She raises her hands, and the very ground seems to obey her will. Roots as thick as my arm erupt from the earth, snaking around the limbs of the shadow creatures, dragging them down into a prison of their own making. She is not just a witch. She is a force of nature, reshaping the battlefield to her own design. "Keep them pinned, Diana!" I call, my voice cutting through the snarls and screams. "Don't let those shadow things flank us!" "Got it," she replies, her voice a low, melodic chant, as another wave of vines lashes out. "Point me to the traps, Sabin. Let's use their own weapons against them." I feel small in the face of such power, a child playing at war while titans clash around me. But I am not helpless. My father taught me to hunt beasts, and I know their weaknesses. "Their joints," I shout to Korvac, my voice a sharp, clear thing in the chaos. "The boar beast is armoured, but its joints are exposed." He gives me a sharp, appreciative nod and adjusts his attack, his claws now targeting the creature's vulnerable knees. The beast roars in pain, stumbling as Korvac's precise strikes cripple its mobility. "Good eye, Sabin," he calls, his voice carrying a rare note of approval. "Keep calling the shots." I am not a manticore, I am not a witch, but I am a hunter, and I know how hunters think. I find a strange, deadly synergy with Diana, my practical knowledge a perfect complement to her raw, untamed power. "The snares are on the eastern ridge," I tell her, my voice a low, urgent thing as we take cover behind a fallen log. "My father always sets a triple line of them to cut off any retreat." "Show me," she says, her green-gold eyes glowing with a fierce, intelligent light. We move together, a strange, unlikely pair. I point out the subtle signs of my father's handiwork, a disturbed patch of leaves, a vine that hangs just a little too perfectly. "There," I whisper, pointing to a glint of silver thread hidden in the underbrush. "That's one of his favourites, enchanted wire. It'll cut through bone if you trigger it wrong." Diana nods, her hands moving in a fluid, arcane gesture. "Let's give it back to them," she murmurs, her voice low and dangerous. Her magic lashes out, a green, vibrant whip that twists the trap, rearming it against its makers. The hunters, pressing their attack, suddenly find themselves caught in their own cruel snares. Their screams are satisfying, righteous music in the chaos of the fight. "Nice work," I say, a fierce grin breaking across my face as a hunter writhes in the enchanted wire. "Keep it up, Diana. They're panicking." "They're flanking us from the west," Lucaris roars, his own voice strained as he and Korvac hold the line against the shadow beasts. "They're trying to drive us toward the cliff." "I see it," I say, my mind working, processing the battlefield with the cold, calculating logic my father taught me. I am no longer surviving. I am strategizing. I am winning. "Diana," I command harshly, "can you make a wall?" "A wall of what?" she asks, her own breathing a little ragged as she deflects a shadow beast's lunge with a burst of green light. "Of thorn and vine," I say, a desperate, brilliant plan forming in my mind. Something thick, something impassable, from that boulder to the edge of the cliff. Funnel them, force them into the gully. She grins, a fierce, beautiful thing. "I can do that. Hold them off for a moment." "Lucaris! Korvac!" I shout, loosing another bolt into a hunter's shoulder. Buy us some time! Keep them off her! On it! Lucaris calls back, his voice a mix of exhilaration and strain as he hurls a shadow beast into a tree. Do your thing, Sabin! Korvac grunts in agreement, his massive form a blur as he tackles another creature. Just make it quick, he rumbles, his claws dripping with dark ichor. These things don't go down easy. The ground trembles, and a thick, impenetrable wall of thorny vines erupts from the earth, a living barrier that cuts off the hunters' flanking maneuver. They are forced to retreat, to regroup, to funnel themselves into the narrow, rocky gully I had chosen. The gully that is now a death trap of their own repurposed snares. They're breaking! Lucaris laughs, a wild, triumphant sound as he slashes through another shadow beast. Look at them run, Sabin! We've got them! The tide of the battle turns. The hunters, once so confident, are now panicked, disorganised. They begin to fall back, to flee into the deep, welcoming darkness of the forest. Victory, which had seemed so impossible just a few short moments ago, is now within our grasp. A fierce, triumphant joy surges through me. We are winning. We are actually winning. Keep pushing, I shout, my voice raw but strong. Don't let them regroup. But as I scan the thinning ranks of our enemies, a cold, familiar dread begins to creep back in. The hunters are running, the beasts are dead or dying, but my father is still nowhere to be seen. Where is he? I mutter, my grip tightening on my crossbow. He's out there, waiting. I know it. Let him come, Lucaris growls, his amber eyes scanning the tree line. I'll end him myself if he shows his face. No, I say sharply, my voice cutting through his bravado. He's mine to deal with, Lucaris. Don't you dare take that from me. He stares at me, his grin softening into something almost tender. Wouldn't dream of it, wild thing. Just say the word, and I'll back you up.
Chapter 33. Lucaris. The hunter's retreat is a lie, a feint. Just as a sliver of hope begins to dawn, a new wave of horrors emerges from the deep woods. These are not men. They are twisted, monstrous things, creatures bred in the dark and sold at shadow markets for coin and favors. I see a pack of varghounds, their fur matted with black, viscous drool, their eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. A hulking brute with the stitched-together body of an ape and a bull charges from the trees, its roar a guttural, unnatural thing. Sabine's father's network runs deeper and darker than I ever imagined. More of his damn pets! I snarl, my claws flexing as a varghound lunges at me. How much coin does that bastard have? The battle, which had been a straightforward, if desperate, fight for survival, now becomes a savage, chaotic melee. These are not thinking opponents. They are beasts of pure, unadulterated violence, and they fight with a mindless, relentless fury. A varg hound leaps at me, its jaw snapping, and I meet it with a snarl of my own. "Come on, you ugly mutt!" I roar, my claws slashing through its matted fur. I revel in this chaos. This is my element. No strategy, no tactics, just pure, instinctual combat. I laugh, a wild, reckless sound in the cacophony of the fight, as I dive into the fray, my claws and my stolen blade a blur of motion. This is what I was born for. "Lucaris, you fool, to my left!" Korvac's roar cuts through the red haze of my battle lust. I glance over and see what my own reckless charge had missed. A pair of hunters, using the chaos as cover, are flanking us, their crossbows raised, aimed directly at an oblivious Diana. "Fight smart, little brother, not just hard!" Korvac bellows as he smashes a varghound with a single devastating blow, sending it crashing into a tree. "You'll get us all killed with your showboating." The words are a familiar refrain, a chorus I've heard my entire life. Think before you act, Lucaris. Control yourself. It's the old, familiar pattern. Big brother, giving orders, treating me like the reckless child he still thinks I am. A hot resentment flares in my chest. "I'm not a cub anymore, Korvac!" I snap, dodging another hound's snapping jaws. "I know what I'm doing!" "Then prove it!" he growls back, his bronze gold eyes flashing as he tears into the ape bull brute. "Protect the witch, not your pride!" He's right, damn him. My arrogance, my need to prove myself in a storm of glorious, individual combat had almost cost Diana her life. I grit my teeth, swallow my pride, and listen. I'm still a whirlwind of motion, my style still a chaotic, unpredictable dance of death. But now, it is a dance with a purpose. I'm not just fighting. I belong to a team, and I will not be the weak link. "Got it, brother," I mutter, my voice tight as I shift my focus. "No more playing hero." The shift is subtle, but profound. I am not just a lone wolf, fighting for my own glory. I'm a part of a pack. I adapt my wild, unpredictable movements to complement the others, to create openings, to protect our weaknesses. I see a hunter taking aim at Diana as she weaves a complex, powerful spell. Instead of charging him head-on, I hurl the corpse of a Varhound at him. A gruesome, effective distraction. "Heads up, bastard!" I shout, grinning as the hunter stumbles, his shot going wide. It gives Diana the precious few seconds she needs. She glances at me, a quick, grateful nod, and then unleashes a wave of grasping, thorny vines that turns the ground at the hunter's feet into a death trap. "Nice throw, Manticore," Diana calls, her voice sharp with approval. "Keep them off me for one more spell!" "Sabine, the snares!" I roar, seeing her pinned down behind a log by a pair of crossbow bolts. She doesn't need my command. She is already moving, her small, quick hands a blur as she works at the trigger mechanism of one of her father's own traps. A moment later, a massive weighted net drops from the trees, entangling a pair of hunters in its unforgiving embrace. "Got him!" Sabine shouts, her voice fierce and triumphant. "Lucares, watch your right! Another hound!" I spin, meeting the charging Varghound with a slash of my blade. "Thanks, Wild Thing!" I call back, my grin wide and reckless despite the chaos. I fight my way to her side, my body a living shield, protecting her as she works. "Stay sharp, Sabine! I'm not losing you to these freaks!" "Not planning on it," she snaps, her gray-green eyes flashing as she looses a bolt into another hunter's shoulder. "Just keep them off me while I reset this trap!" I'm no longer just fighting for myself. I'm fighting for her, for them. I'm a brother, a partner, a warrior. I feel the true, heady power of it. Despite the danger, despite the pain from my still healing wounds, I feel a strange, exhilarating joy. I'm fighting alongside my brother, our movements a familiar, deadly rhythm from 1,000 spars in our youth. He is the hammer, I am the blade, and together we are unstoppable. "Like old times, eh, Korvac?" I laugh, ducking under a shadow beast's swipe and countering with a slash to its flank. "You still hit like a boulder." "And you still dance like a drunk cub," Korvac retorts, his voice carrying a rare note of amusement as he crushes another hound's skull. "Focus, Lucaris!" And Sabine, she is magnificent. She is not just keeping up with us, 2 manticores and a powerful witch. She is a vital part of our victory. Her knowledge of the hunter's tactics, her calm, deadly precision with her traps. She is the mind to our collective muscle. In the middle of the chaos, our eyes meet. She gives me a small, fierce grin, her face smudged with dirt and blood. "Not bad for a reckless fool," she teases, her voice barely audible over the din of battle. "Not bad for a caged bird," I shoot back, my grin matching hers. In that moment, I know that I have found everything I have ever wanted. Acceptance, belonging, a family forged not just in blood, but in the crucible of battle. I have found my mate. As I turn to face the last of the hunters, my roar is a song of pure, unadulterated joy. "Come on, you bastards!" I bellow, my claws flashing in the torchlight. "Let's finish this." This is a life worth fighting for, and it is worth every risk to get here.
Chapter 34. Sabine. The last of the shadow beasts dissolves into a foul-smelling smoke, its dying shriek echoing through the suddenly quiet forest. A fragile, temporary victory. We stand in a loose circle, 4 warriors breathing hard amidst the carnage, the ground littered with the bodies of men and monsters. Korvac is already tending to a gash on Diana's arm, his movements surprisingly gentle for such a massive creature. Lucaris finds my eyes across the small clearing, a wild, triumphant grin on his face. He is magnificent, blood-splattered and beautiful, and my heart gives a fierce, possessive thrum. But the quiet is a lie. A new figure steps from the deep shadows of the ancient, towering pines, and the small, hopeful warmth in my chest turns to ice. My father. He is not alone. He is flanked by a half-dozen of his elite hunters, the best of his network, their faces grim, their weapons drawn. They move with a silent, deadly confidence, their eyes cold and hard. This is the heart of his operation, the true predators. "Well, well," my father says, voice a low, almost conversational thing that is more menacing than any shout. He is not looking at the manticores, not even at the powerful witch. His eyes are fixed on me. "What a disappointing mess you've made, Sabine." He gestures with his blade at the bodies littering the ground. All this wasted merchandise. He finally looks at Lucaris, and his lips curl into a sneer. "The manticore is to be taken alive. Lord Vexen will pay double for one with so much spirit." His gaze returns to me, and it is full of a cold, possessive fury. This is no longer about profit. His obsession has made this personal. He is not just a hunter capturing a beast. He is a king reclaiming his territory. "You were always a disappointment," he continues, taking a slow, deliberate step into the clearing. "Weak-willed, soft-hearted. I tried to train it out of you, but the rot was too deep." He looks from me to Lucaris, his expression one of pure, undiluted contempt. "And now look at you, a traitor, a fool, throwing away a life of security and comfort for what? A bit of animal lust, for a beast that belongs in a cage." "He is not a beast," I say in a steady voice that surprises even myself. The fear is there, a cold, familiar snake in my gut, but the rage is stronger. "Is that what he told you, girl?" My father scoffs. "Did he whisper pretty words to you in the dark? Did you enjoy rutting in the dirt with him like a dirty woman?" The crude, dismissive words are a spark to a powder keg. The lifetime of quiet submission, of swallowed anger, of bitten-back words, finally, gloriously, explodes. Do not speak to her that way. Lucaris's voice is a low, dangerous growl, but I place a hand on his arm, stopping him. This is my fight. "You know nothing of what I am," I say, my voice ringing with a strength I did not know I possessed. I take a step forward, my own blade held steady in my hand. "You see a daughter, a tool, a piece of property to be sold and bartered." I meet his gaze, and finally, I do not flinch. "But you are wrong. I am not your property. I am no one's property, and I am done being your obedient, silent daughter." My father's face twists into a mask of pure, murderous rage. My defiance, my public rejection of his authority, is a wound he cannot abide. "You ungrateful whelp," he hisses. "I gave you everything, a home, a purpose, and you throw it all away for a monster." "You gave me a cage," I retort, my voice cold and clear. "And he showed me the door." "Then you will die with him," he snarls. He raises his hand, a sharp, commanding gesture to his men. "The witch and the big one are Vexen's, but the young one, he has corrupted my daughter. He has made her useless." His eyes, so like my own, are full of a cold, dead hatred as they fix on Lucaris. Kill him, slowly. He then turns his gaze back to me, and his smile is a terrible, chilling thing. And bring the girl to me. I will drag her home in chains myself, and I will teach her the true meaning of obedience. The hunters raise their crossbows, their aim steady, their intentions clear. There is no escape. This is the end. But as I look at Lucaris, at Korvac, at Diana, I feel not fear, but a strange, fierce pride. I am standing with my chosen family. I raise my own blade, my stance a mirror of Lucaris's. I will die before I let you put me back in a cage, I declare, my voice ringing with a conviction that is absolute. Before the hunters can fire, before my father can give the final command, I move. I position myself directly in front of Lucaris, my smaller body a shield for his larger one. It is a foolish, symbolic gesture, but it is a necessary one. I am no longer hiding behind him. I am standing with him. "Get behind me, Sabin!" Lucaris growls, his hand on my shoulder trying to push me back. "No," I say, my voice unshakable. "I will be at your side." I look at my father, at the man who gave me life and then tried to steal it from me, and I feel nothing but a cold, distant pity. He is the one who is truly trapped in a cage of his own cruelty and greed. He will never know the fierce, wild joy of choosing his own path, of fighting for something more than just himself. "You were a good student, Sabin," he says mournfully. "It is a shame I have to do this." "I am not your student anymore," I say, "and I am not your daughter." I meet his gaze one last time, no longer a child seeking his approval, but a woman claiming her own life. "I am a manticore's mate, and we are not afraid of you. I have chosen my family. I have chosen my freedom. I have chosen love and fire and a life that is my own, and I am ready to fight for it."
Chapter 35. Lucaris. The hunter's blades are a blur of steel, their movements a practiced, deadly dance, but they're not prepared for us, for two manticores, fighting as one. Korvac is a rock, an unbreakable wall of fury, his heavy blows shattering their shields, his powerful roar a physical force that sends them stumbling back. I am the storm that breaks against that rock, a whirlwind of speed and claws. My movements a chaotic, unpredictable dance that they cannot follow. "To your left, little brother," Korvac bellows, and I react instantly, spinning to meet the thrust of a hunter who thought to flank him. "Behind you!" I roar back, and he brings his massive arm around in a devastating backhand blow that sends another hunter flying. Our separation, the miles, and the hardships, they all melt away in the heat of battle. We are cubs again, sparring in the training yards of Osiris, our movements a familiar, instinctive rhythm. I know his every move before he makes it, and he knows mine. The fierce, competitive rivalry of our youth has been forged into a deadly, unbreakable bond. He is the anchor, I am the tide, and together we are a force of nature. For the first time since the shipwreck, since I lost my family, I feel complete. I'm no longer a lone warrior, fighting for survival. I'm a brother, fighting alongside my own, and the feeling is a fierce, triumphant song in my blood. The battle is a maelstrom of motion and sound, but in the center of the storm, we find moments of strange, breathless clarity. "Took you long enough to find me!" I shout, ducking under the wild swing of a hunter's axe and driving my own blade into his gut. "I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost." "I had to search half of Praj first, you reckless fool," Korvac retorts, his own claws tearing through the leather armor of another hunter. "Silas's maps were useless. We've been sailing for weeks." "You found Silas?" I ask, my heart giving a hard, hopeful lurch. "No," he grunts, his expression grim. "Just his trail. He was taken by slavers headed east." He dispatches another hunter with a brutal, efficient mercy. We were tracking them when we heard rumors of a hunter in Rach who'd captured a manticore, a young one with a reckless streak. He glances at me, a flicker of his old, familiar, exasperated affection in his eyes. I had a feeling it might be you. Always getting into trouble, I say, a grin spreading across my face. And I'm always getting you out of it, he says, his own grin a fierce, beautiful thing. Some things never change, little brother. And in that moment, in the heart of a battle for our lives, we are just two brothers, reunited against a world that has tried and failed to tear us apart. But our reunion is short-lived. The lesser hunters, the hired muscle, and the local trackers are falling back, their courage broken by our coordinated assault. But now, a new wave of enemies emerges from the shadows. These are Sabin's father's elite, the heart of his syndicate. They are different. They move with a quiet, deadly confidence, their eyes cold and hard, their weapons a mix of enchanted steel and cruel, barbed nets designed specifically for manticore hunting. They know what we are, Korvac says in a low, dangerous growl. They've done this before. He is right. These are not just hunters. They are specialists. They fight not with brute force, but with a cold, calculating strategy. They know our weaknesses. One throws a pouch of silver dust that explodes in a shimmering cloud, the magic a searing, agonizing pain against my manticore senses. Another uses a long, barbed whip that snakes around my leg, the enchanted leather burning like acid. This is a different kind of battle. More challenging, more dangerous. But we are not just two manticores anymore. We are four. Diana's magic is a swirling, chaotic force that disrupts their formations, her vines and thorns a living, breathing defense. And Sabin is their undoing. She knows their tactics, their weapons, their every move. She is the mind that guides our fury. We are a strange, unlikely, and utterly formidable team. "The one on the left!" Sabin shouts, her voice a clear, commanding thing in the chaos. "His bracer is enchanted with a fire ward! Diana, the water!" And Diana responds instantly, a jet of high-pressure water summoned from the damp earth, slamming into the hunter, dousing his magical defense and leaving him vulnerable to Korvac's charge. I'm no longer the reckless, solitary fighter. I see Diana preparing a complex spell, and I move to protect her, my body a living shield against a flight of crossbow bolts. I see Sabin, cornered by two hunters, and I create an opening, a moment of distraction that allows her to use her own deadly, intimate knowledge of their fighting style against them. We are a single, four-headed beast, each of us covering the other's weaknesses, our strengths combining into something new, something powerful, something that these hunters, for all their skill and experience, have never faced before. We methodically, systematically eliminate them one by one, our movements a symphony of violence and a testament to our newfound bond. The hunters, so confident just moments before, are now on the defensive, their numbers dwindling, their courage failing. Victory, which had once been a desperate, impossible dream, is now within our grasp. And as I fight beside my brother, my mate, my new and powerful ally, I know that we are not just winning a battle, we are forging a family.
Chapter 36. Sabin. The chaos of the battle dies down, replaced by the ragged sounds of our own breathing and the groans of the wounded. The last of my father's elite hunters, seeing their numbers broken and their monstrous allies defeated, finally lose their nerve. They turn and flee, melting back into the shadows of the forest like the cowards they are. They are scattered, their network broken, their reputation shattered. Years of my father's work, of his cruel and meticulous empire building, undone in a single bloody battle. A fierce, dark satisfaction, a feeling I have never allowed myself to experience before, surges through me. It is a heady, intoxicating thing. I look at the carnage around us, at the bodies of the men who have haunted my nightmares for years, and I feel not a flicker of pity, only a grim, righteous sense of justice. "Is it over?" I ask, my voice a raw, breathless thing. "For now," Korvac says, his own voice a low, rumbling growl. He is leaning on his massive sword, his broad chest heaving, but his eyes are sharp, alert, scanning the tree line. Men like that do not give up easily. They will regroup. "Let them," Lucaris says, a wild, reckless grin splitting his face. He is bleeding from a dozen minor wounds, but his amber eyes are blazing with a triumphant fire. He looks at me, and his grin softens into something more intimate, more possessive. "We'll be ready for them next time." Diana, the strange, powerful witch, is already moving among the wounded, her hands glowing with a soft green light. She is a creature of contradictions, a being of terrifying power and a surprising, gentle compassion. She meets my gaze, and a small, tired smile touches her lips. "You were brave," she says, her voice soft and melodious. "I was terrified," I correct, the words an honest admission. "The bravest people usually are," she says, before turning her attention back to a deep gash on Korvac's arm. And in that moment, surrounded by my strange, new and powerful allies, I feel a sense of belonging that I have never known. But it is not over. From the deep shadows of the ancient pines, a single figure emerges. My father. He is alone, his elite hunters having abandoned him in their flight. He is backed against a massive tree, his own blade held in a white-knuckled grip, his face a mask of pure, undiluted fury. He is a king who has just lost his kingdom, and he is magnificent in his rage. "Traitors!" he snarls, his gaze fixing on me, his eyes full of a cold, dead hatred. "All of you." "It's over, father," I say quietly. "Surrender." He laughs, a harsh, ugly sound that echoes in the quiet clearing. "Surrender? To a pack of beasts and a dirty daughter?" He spits on the ground, his contempt a palpable thing. "I would rather die." "That can be arranged," Lucaris growls, taking a menacing step forward, but I put a hand on his arm, stopping him. "This is not your fault, you know," my father continues, his gaze still locked on me. "You were always weak, soft. It is his fault." He gestures with his blade at Lucaris. "He corrupted you. He turned you against your own blood." He refuses to accept his own choices, his own cruelty, as the cause of his downfall. It is easier to blame the beast, to blame the weakness in his own bloodline. He will die before he admits the truth, that he is the monster, not us. Lucaris has had enough. With a low, predatory growl, he stalks toward my father, his movements a fluid, deadly dance. His amber eyes are blazing with a murderous light, his claws extending, a silent, deadly promise of the violence to come. My father, for all his bravado, takes an involuntary step back, his own bravado faltering in the face of this raw, untamed fury. But his pride is a stubborn, foolish thing. "Come on then, beast," he snarls, raising his own blade. "Let's see what you're made of. Let me show my foolish daughter what it is she has chosen to lie down with." He spits a fresh insult, his words a desperate attempt to wound, to provoke. "You belong in a cage, and I will be the one to put you back in it." Lucaris doesn't respond with words. He responds with a speed that is not quite human, a blur of motion that ends with him standing a breath away from my father, the point of his blade at the hollow of my father's throat. My father freezes, his eyes wide with a dawning, terrified understanding. He has taunted a predator one time too many. He has mistaken a manticore for a beast, and he is about to pay the price. I see death approaching, a swift and brutal finality, and a part of me, a dark, vengeful part, sings with a grim, righteous satisfaction. "Do it, Lucaris," Korvac says, grumbling his approval. "He has earned his death 12 times over." "The man is a poison," Diana adds, her own voice a cold, hard thing. "He will not stop hunting you. Killing him is not just justice, it is a mercy. They are right. My father deserves to die, for the creatures he has hunted, for the lives he has destroyed, for the years he has stolen from me. This is the perfect moment for revenge, for a clean, simple justice. Lucaris looks at me, a silent question in his amber eyes. He is giving me the choice. He will kill him, but only if I agree. The power of life and death is in my hands, and in that moment, I am faced with the ultimate choice. I can be my father's daughter, a creature who answers violence with violence, who believes in the simple, brutal justice of the hunt. Or I can be someone else, someone new, the woman I have dreamed of becoming. With a choked, desperate sob, I move. I place myself between Lucaris and my father, my hands flat against Lucaris's chest, my body a fragile human shield. I can feel the tense, coiled power in his muscles, the frantic, furious beat of his heart. No, I plead. Please, Lucaris, don't.
Chapter 37. Lucaris. He's on the ground, disarmed and defeated, the great hunter brought low. Every instinct in my body, every fiber of my manticore soul screams for his blood. This is more than the end of a battle. It's vengeance for every cage, every chain, every cruel word he spat at Sabine, every moment he tried to break her spirit. My claws extend, sharp and hungry, itching to tear into his flesh. You see, the hunter sneers, his voice ragged but defiant, blood trickling from his split lip. I was right. You're nothing but a beast. His words fuel the fire in my veins. Yes, I'm a beast, and he's my prey. The world narrows to this moment, this man who shackled me, who planned to sell me, who caged the woman I love. I stalk toward him, my growl a rising tide of fury. You're the one who's nothing, I snarl, my voice low and lethal. You're done, Hunter. Your time's up. I glance at Korvac, standing a few feet away, his massive arms crossed, his bronze-gold eyes unreadable. He's yours, little brother, he says, his voice a low rumble. Finish it. Diana's gaze is colder, her green-gold eyes glinting with disdain. He's a poison, she says, her voice sharp and unyielding. End him, Lucaris. The world doesn't need men like him. Their words are a validation, feeding the bloodlust roaring in my chest. My claws flex, my muscles coil, ready to deliver the killing blow. This is justice. This is right. I step closer, my shadow falling over the hunter's trembling form. No. The word is small, fragile, but it cuts through my rage like a blade. Sabine. She moves like a storm, throwing herself between me and her father, her hands slamming against my chest. Her gray-green eyes burn with a desperate, fierce strength, pinning me in place. Sabine, move, I growl, my voice a low, dangerous thing. He doesn't deserve to breathe. Don't do this, she pleads, her voice cracking but resolute. Not for him. For me. I freeze, her words a jolt to my system. He hurt you, I snarl, my eyes flicking to the hunter, who watches us with a twisted, bloody grin. He caged you. He caged me. Why protect him? I'm not protecting him, she says, her hands gripping my tunic, her voice fierce and trembling. I'm protecting us. If you kill him, you're proving him right. You're letting him define you, define us. Her eyes search mine, raw and vulnerable. I want a life free of his shadow, Lucaris. Don't make me live with his blood on our hands. Sabine, I rasp, my claws still itching, my heart torn between vengeance and her plea. He'll come after us. He'll never stop. Then we'll outrun him, she counters, her voice steady now, a command wrapped in a whisper. We'll be smarter, faster. But we won't be him. Please, Lucaris, trust me. Choose me. Her words are a lifeline pulling me back from the edge. The beast in me screams for blood, but the man who loves her, hears her. I look into her eyes, see the future she's fighting for, and the choice becomes agonizingly clear. With a roar of frustration, I sheathe my claws, my hands clenching into fists. I step back, every muscle trembling with the effort of restraint. "Get out of my sight!" I snarl at the hunter, grabbing him by the collar and hauling him to his feet. "If I see you again, I won't hold back." I shove him hard, sending him stumbling toward the trees. He scrambles up, his eyes wide with terror and hatred, and flees into the forest's shadows. I turn to Sabine, my chest heaving, the cost of my choice burning in my veins. She's trembling, but her eyes are bright with pride. "You chose me," she whispers, stepping closer, her hand brushing my cheek. "Always," I growl, pulling her against me, my lips crashing against hers in a fierce, desperate kiss. "It's not gentle. It's a claim, a promise, a vow that I'll fight for her, for us, no matter what it takes."
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 38. Sabine. The forest is heavy with the aftermath of battle, the air thick with the scent of blood and broken earth. My father is gone, a broken figure swallowed by the trees, his empire of cruelty shattered. Lucaris stands before me, his amber eyes still blazing with the remnants of his rage, his body taut with the effort of his restraint. I can feel the tremor in him, the cost of choosing mercy over vengeance, and it fills me with a pride so fierce it steals my breath. "You did it," I whisper, my voice raw, my hand still pressed against his chest, feeling the wild beat of his heart. "You let him go. For me." "For us," he corrects, his voice a low, rough growl as he pulls me closer, his hands gripping my hips. "But don't think it was easy, little hound. I wanted his blood." "I know," I say, my eyes searching his, seeing the war still raging behind them. "And that's why it means so much. You're more than what he called you. You're mine." His gaze softens, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through the ferocity. "Yours," he murmurs, his lips brushing mine, a tentative, almost reverent touch. "And you're mine, Sabine, my huntress." The word sends a shiver through me, not of fear, but of belonging. I'm no longer the hunter's daughter, no longer a pawn in his game. I'm free, and I'm his. I lean into the kiss, deepening it, pouring every ounce of my gratitude, my love, into it. "I chose you too," I whisper against his lips. "I chose this." Korvac's voice breaks the moment, a low rumble from the edge of the clearing. "We need to move," he says, his tone gruff but not unkind. "The hunter's gone, but his network isn't. They'll regroup." Diana steps forward, her green-gold eyes glinting in the dim light. "He's right," she says, her voice calm but firm. "We've won this fight, but it's not over. Not yet." I nod, stepping back from Lucaris but keeping my hand in his, grounding myself in his strength. "They'll come for us," I say, my voice steady despite the fear curling in my gut. "My father's allies. They don't forgive betrayal." "Then we'll be ready," Lucaris says, his grin fierce and reckless, his hand squeezing mine. "Together." "Together," I echo, meeting his gaze, feeling the weight of our bond settle into place. It's not just passion, not just survival. It's a promise, a future we'll fight for side by side. Korvac claps a hand on Lucaris's shoulder, a rare gesture of approval. You did good, little brother, he says, his voice softer now. You're not as reckless as you used to be. Lucaris snorts, but there's a warmth in his eyes. Don't get used to it, old man. He turns to me, his expression softening. Come on, Sabin, let's get out of here. As we gather our gear, Diana pulls me aside, her voice low. You changed him, she says, her eyes searching mine. He was ready to kill, but he listened to you. That's not something manticores do lightly. I didn't change him, I say, glancing at Lucaris, who's checking his blades with a familiar, restless energy. I just saw him, the real him. She smiles, a small, knowing thing. Keep seeing him, Sabin. You're good for each other. We move out, the four of us a unit now, forged in blood and fire. My father's shadow looms, but it's just that, a shadow. I'm not his anymore. I'm my own, and I'm Lucaris's, and together we're something new, something unstoppable.
Chapter 39. Lucaris. The forest is silent. Her father is gone, a ghost swallowed by the trees. My brother, Korvac, gives me a single sharp nod of approval before turning to Diana, his concern for her overriding everything else. They give us our space, and in that space there is only Sabin. The adrenaline from the battle, the residual rage, the terrifying soul-shaking fear of almost losing her. It all coalesces into a single, overwhelming need. I need to touch her. I need to reassure myself that she is real, that she is safe, that she is mine. Words are not enough. Logic has fled. There is only this raw, primal urgency. I grab her hand, my grip tight, possessive, and drag her away from the carnage, away from my brother's watchful eyes, and back toward the shadows of the ruined lodge we had claimed. She doesn't resist. She follows, her step sure and steady, her gray-green eyes locked on mine, full of a wild reciprocal need that mirrors my own. Lucaris, she breathes as we cross the threshold, her voice a raw, ragged thing, thick with the same desperate hunger that courses through me. The moment we are inside, sheltered by the crumbling stone walls, I shove her back against the rough-hewn timber, my hands caging her in. You're mine, I growl, my voice a guttural, possessive claim torn from the deepest part of my soul. My mouth crashes down on hers in a kiss that is not tender, but a desperate, possessive claiming. It is a kiss that says, you are alive. You are here. You are mine. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 40. Sabin. Dawn breaks, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and soft rose. We are a strange, unlikely gathering in the heart of the Rach wilderness. 2 manticore warriors, a powerful Perna witch, and a hunter's daughter who is no longer sure what she is. We sit around the dying embers of our fire, the silence between us no longer one of tension, but of a quiet, weary camaraderie. He will not give up, Diana says, her voice a low, melodic thing that seems to hum with the energy of the forest itself. She is tending to a deep gash on Korvac's arm, her hands glowing with a soft green light, Men like your father, their pride is a beast that is never satisfied. He will regroup. He will come for you again. Let him, Lucaris says, his voice a low growl of pure, unadulterated confidence. He is sitting beside me, his arm a warm, possessive weight around my shoulders. We'll be ready for him next time. We will not be here next time, Korvac corrects, his voice the steady, commanding rumble of a leader. He looks at Lucaris, then at me, his gaze serious, assessing. Our mission is to the north. We must find the others, and we must find the Zabel crystals. He looks at Diana, and a silent, profound understanding passes between them. We are stronger together, all of us. He then turns his gaze to me, and I feel like a novice being judged by a master. You are a skilled tracker, Sabin. Your knowledge of these woods, of your father's methods, would be an invaluable asset to our cause. He is not asking me to be a follower, a piece of baggage. He is accepting me as an equal member of this strange, powerful new family. I watch Lucaris as his brother speaks, and I see a subtle, profound shift in him. He is not the restless, arrogant boy who was so desperate to prove himself. He is a warrior, sitting beside his brother, his family beginning to reunite at last. A slow, proud grin spreads across his face, a thing of pure, unadulterated joy. He is no longer the reckless youngest, a lone wolf fighting for his own glory. He has found his pack. We'll find them, he says, his voice full of a quiet, unshakable confidence. Silas, Tarek, Ronan, we'll find them all. He studies me, his amber eyes soft and full of a fierce, protective love. He has everything he has ever wanted, I realise. Not just a mate, not just a lover, but a place to belong. He has found acceptance, not for the hero he was trying to be, but for the man he is. And the sight of his quiet, confident pride is a beautiful, breathtaking thing. He has been forged in the crucible of our flight, and he has emerged, not broken, but whole. The four of us will travel north together, Korvac declares, his voice leaving no room for argument. We will search for our brothers, and we will find the crystals. He looks at me, his gaze sharp, calculating. Your knowledge will be our map, Sabin. Your father's traps will be our guide. The weight of his words, of the trust he is placing in me, is a heavy, daunting thing. I am to be a part of something larger than myself, something more than just my own survival. This is not just a flight from a cruel past, but a journey toward a dangerous, uncertain future. A purpose. The hunters will be looking for us, I say, my own voice a quiet, steady thing. They know these woods as well as I do. But they do not know magic, Diana counters, a small, fierce smile touching her lips. And they do not have a manticore's nose. And they do not have me, Lucaris adds, his grin a flash of reckless, arrogant confidence. But it is different now. It is not the bravado of an insecure boy, but the confidence of a warrior who knows his own worth. We set out as the sun clears the horizon, four strange, unlikely allies against a world that would see us all in cages. Korvac and Diana take the lead, their long strides eating up the ground. I walk beside Lucaris, his hand in mine, a warm, solid anchor in this new, uncharted territory. I look back once at the small, crumbling lodge that was our sanctuary, our battlefield, the place where my old life ended and my new one began. I feel not a flicker of regret, only a profound, quiet sense of peace. My father's world is behind me, a ghost in a forest of ghosts. Ahead lies a dangerous, uncertain future. We will be hunted. We will be tested. We may not survive. But as I look at Lucaris, at the fierce, protective love in his amber eyes, I know that I am no longer a hunter's daughter. I am a free woman. I have chosen my own path, and I have chosen him. The future is a wild, untamed thing, but for the first time in my life, I am not afraid. I am ready to run.